Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never really talked about what happened in that house before, except with my parents and eventually the people who bought it from us. Even now, 15 years later, typing this makes my hands shake a little. I guess I should start at the beginning. When I was 9, my dad finished building our house in Pinewood County. He'd always dreamed of building a home with his own hands, and when he found this chunk of undeveloped farmland for a good price, he jumped on it. It was pretty remote, about 20 minutes from the nearest town, with nothing but fields and patches of forest surrounding us. The road we lived on was called Bear Road, which I always thought was named because of bears in the area. Found out much later how wrong I was. Dad was so proud of that house, he'd show visitors around, pointing out all the features he'd designed himself. "This is all new construction," he'd say. "No old ghosts here." He'd laugh after saying that. I remember how that laugh started to sound hollow after a few months. The weird stuff started pretty much right away, though at first it was easy to dismiss. I'd be doing homework in my room and catch movement from the corner of my eye, only to turn and see nothing there. Just shadows, I told myself. Just my imagination. That's what my parents said too. But then the shadows started having form. I remember the first time I really saw one clearly. I was in the hallway heading to the bathroom one night. The hallway light was off, but my bedroom door was open, casting just enough light to see by. As I reached for the bathroom doorknob, I froze. At the end of the hall, where it opened into the living room, stood a dark figure. It wasn't just a shadow. It had dimension, like a person, but completely black. It was tall and unnaturally thin, and it wasn't moving. It was just watching. I couldn't see eyes, but I could feel them. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers until morning. When I told my parents, Dad checked the entire house and said it was probably just my bathrobe hanging on the coat rack. But I knew the difference between a coat and what I'd seen. The shadow figures became more common over the next few months. Sometimes I'd see them from the corner of my eye, sometimes straight on, always just standing there watching. Mom started seeing them too, though she never admitted it directly. I'd catch her staring down the hallway with a worried expression, or quickly turning on lights when she entered a room. Dad was the skeptic. He had explanations for everything: the house settling, reflections from passing cars, though we rarely had cars pass our remote house, or our eyes playing tricks on us. But even he couldn't explain what happened with the dishes. I was up late one night reading under my covers with a flashlight when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of dishes crashing in the kitchen cabinets. It wasn't just 1 or 2 plates. It sounded like every single dish we owned was being thrown against the walls. The noise was deafening. I was too terrified to move. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had started. Then I heard my parents' bedroom door open and Dad's heavy footsteps in the hallway. I peeked out from my covers to see his flashlight beam past my door as he headed toward the kitchen. A few minutes later, he came back. I heard him whisper to Mom, "Nothing, not a single dish out of place. Everything's exactly where it should be." The next morning, I went to check for myself. The kitchen was immaculate. Not a dish broken. Not even moved from where Mom had put them after dinner. Dad suggested I'd had a nightmare, but I know what I heard. The crashing had been real, but none of that compares to what happened with the woman in my closet. It was a Saturday afternoon in October. I was looking for my jump rope that I'd tossed in my closet the day before. When I opened the door, I expected to see my toys and clothes. Instead, I saw her. She was tall and impossibly thin, wearing a white high-necked dress that went all the way to the floor. Her brown hair was pulled back so tightly in a bun that it made her face look stretched. And her face, God, I can still see it so clearly. pale, with thin lips pressed into a straight line, but it was her eyes that terrified me most. Cold, dark eyes that bore into mine with such intensity, such hatred. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stared at me with those horrible eyes. I screamed and ran. I don't even remember running, just suddenly being in the living room, hysterical, trying to tell my parents about the woman in my closet. Dad grabbed a baseball bat and went to check, Mom right behind him. I refused to go anywhere near my room. They came back looking confused and concerned. No woman, no sign anyone had been there. My closet was just a closet, filled with my things. Dad checked the whole house, even went outside to see if anyone could have escaped. Nothing. That night, I slept in my parents' room. The next night, too. For a week after that, I refused to go into my room alone. Mom had to sit with me until I fell asleep, and I kept my closet door locked with a chair propped under the knob. Eventually, the terror faded enough that I could function, but I never felt comfortable in that house again. I'd wake up feeling watched. Sometimes I'd hear whispering from inside the walls. The shadow figures increased. Sometimes I'd see several in a single day, standing in corners or at the end of hallways. My parents finally believed something was wrong when Mum saw the woman too. She was doing laundry in the basement when she looked up and saw the same figure I'd described. Victorian dress, tight bun, severe expression, standing by the stairs, watching her. Mum dropped the laundry basket and ran upstairs. After that, they started talking about moving, though it took another year before they found a place and could sell the house. By then I was 11, and more than ready to leave. We moved to the other side of the county, into a normal house with normal house noises and no shadow people. I started sleeping through the night again. The nightmares about the woman in white gradually stopped. Life went on. I graduated high school, went to college, and tried to forget about our time in that house. My parents sold it to family friends who had always admired my dad's craftsmanship. They had a daughter about 5 years younger than me. I didn't think about them much, or the house, until my phone rang 2 weeks ago. It was Mrs. Collins, the mother of the family who bought our house. Her voice sounded strained. "Lucy, I'm sorry to call out of the blue like this, but I need to ask you something strange." My stomach knotted immediately. I knew what this was about before she even said it. "It's about Ellie," she continued, referring to her daughter, now 14. "She's been having these nightmares about a woman in the house." I sat down, suddenly lightheaded. "What kind of woman?" I asked, though I already knew. "That's just it. She describes her so specifically. A tall, thin woman in an old-fashioned white dress with her hair in a tight bun. She says the woman stands in her room at night, just watching her. Lucy, Ellie's room used to be yours." My hands were shaking as I asked, "Has she seen her in the closet?" There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Yes, last week. She opened the closet to get her backpack and screamed so loud, I thought she was being attacked. She said the woman was just standing there, staring at her with these cold, hateful eyes." I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. I saw her too, when I lived there. The exact same woman. Mrs. Collins let out a small sound, something between a gasp and a sob. "What is it? What's happening in our house?" "I don't know," I admitted. "We never figured it out. That's why we moved." After we hung up, I called my dad. I needed answers, and I figured if anyone would know something about the property, it would be him. He'd researched the land thoroughly before buying it. "Dad," I said when he answered, "do you remember the woman I saw in my closet, in the old house?" There was a long silence. Then, "Why are you asking about that now?" I told him about Mrs. Collins' call, about Ellie seeing the same woman. "Did you ever find out anything about the land? About who might have lived there before?" Another long pause. "I did some digging after you saw her the first time," he finally admitted. "I didn't tell you because you were just a kid, and we were planning to move anyway. Tell me now, I insisted. Dad sighed. The land was empty when I bought it, but not because no one had ever lived there. There was a homestead on that property in the 1870s, a family of settlers. My skin prickled. What happened to them? There was a Comanche raid. The whole family was killed, husband, wife, 3 children. The property stayed abandoned after that. Eventually the old homestead fell apart, and by the time I bought it, there was nothing left but the foundation stones, which I cleared away. I felt cold all over. Do you know the family's name? Bear, he said quietly. The family's name was Bear. That's where the road name comes from. Bear Road. Not named for animals at all, but for people who died violently on that very land. The woman I saw, could she have been Mrs. Bear? I asked. I found a county record with a description, Dad said. Elizabeth Bear. Tall, thin woman, always wore high-necked dresses, kept her hair in a tight bun. The description matches what you and your mom saw. I felt sick. For 15 years I'd tried to convince myself it had been my imagination, a child's nightmare. But now Ellie was seeing her too, and my father had confirmation that a woman matching that description had actually lived and died on our land. Why would she haunt a new house, I asked. You built it from scratch. I don't know, Lucy. Maybe it's not the house she's haunting. Maybe it's the land. I've spent the last 2 weeks researching everything I can find about the Bear family and their fate. From what I've pieced together, Elizabeth Bear was known locally as a stern, cold woman. There were rumors she was cruel to her children. When the raid happened, witnesses who found the bodies later said the family had been running from their house toward the woods when they were caught. Elizabeth was found the farthest from the house, as if she'd been running ahead of her children, not with them. I don't know why she's still there, or why she chose my closet to appear in. I don't know why she's now tormenting another young girl, but I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't my imagination. The Collins family is talking about moving. I don't blame them. Some things you can't explain away, no matter how rational you try to be. Sometimes the only thing you can do is leave. But I can't stop thinking about that woman's eyes, the hatred in them, the way she seemed to be looking right through me. Was she angry that we were in her home? Was she looking for her children? Or was she running from something else entirely, something we couldn't see? I may never know, but I'll never forget her face, and I'll never fully shake the feeling that somehow, in some way, she's still watching me. Story 2. I'm still having trouble sleeping, even though it's been 3 weeks since that night at Watson Mill. I keep telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. I've never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before this, but now, I'm not so sure anymore. It started when my friend Rachel suggested we check out this supposedly haunted mill in Manotick, this tiny place outside Ottawa. She'd read about it online. Something about a woman named Anne Crosby who died there in 1861. I thought it would be a laugh, you know, just something different to do on a boring Friday night. I've always been the skeptical one in our group, the one who needs proof of everything. We arrived at Watson Mill around 7 p.m. It was early October, so the sun was already setting, casting these long shadows across the grounds. The mill itself looked exactly how you'd expect an old 19th century building to look. Weathered wooden exterior, small windows, and this creek running underneath where the water wheel used to turn. Nothing particularly scary in daylight, but as dusk fell, it took on this ominous quality that made me feel uneasy. The tour guide, an older guy named Bill, who looked about 60, met us at the entrance. He had this serious expression as he told us the history of the place. This mill dates back to the 1850s, he explained. Joseph Courier was co-owner here. In February 1861, he brought his new bride Anne to see the mill. She was young, beautiful, from a well-to-do family in New York. The way he described her death made my skin crawl. How her dress got caught in the turbine machinery on the second floor. How she was thrown against a support beam and died instantly. I remember glancing at Rachel, who was eating this stuff up while I was mentally rolling my eyes. Classic ghost story setup, right? Bill led us through the first floor, which was mostly restored with old milling equipment and displays. Nothing weird happened, and I started to relax. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Then we went upstairs. The second floor was different. Colder, somehow, even though it didn't make sense. It was like walking through a pocket of winter air. The floorboards creaked under our feet as Bill pointed to a wooden post in the center of the room. "That's where it happened," he said quietly. "That's where Anne died." I couldn't help but look closer. The wooden beam looked normal enough until I noticed what appeared to be dark stains near the bottom, and something else, what looked like scratch marks going up about as high as my shoulder. "Are those fingernail marks?" someone in our group asked. Bill nodded. "That's what people say. The mill's been restored over the years, but that post is original. They've tried sanding down those marks, but they always come back." I remember scoffing audibly. "Come on, that's clearly just for show," I said. Rachel jabbed me with her elbow, but I couldn't help it. The whole thing seemed so staged. Bill just gave me this look, not angry, more like pitying. "Everyone's entitled to their opinion," he said. "I've worked here for 20 years. There are things I can't explain." The tour continued, and I kept my skepticism to myself after that. When the official tour ended around 9 p.m., most people left, but Rachel had signed us up for something extra. Apparently, the mill occasionally allowed small groups to stay later until midnight. There were 6 of us total who stayed, Rachel and me, a couple probably in their 30s, and 2 college guys who seemed more interested in trying to scare each other than anything else. "You guys can explore on your own now," Bill told us. "I'll be downstairs if you need anything. Just remember, respect the space." After he left, the mood changed. The college guys immediately headed for the infamous post, taking pictures and joking around. The couple wandered off to another part of the floor, talking quietly. Rachel wanted to set up some kind of voice recorder app she'd downloaded specifically for this. "I'm going to try to communicate with Anne," she said excitedly. "Want to help?" I shrugged and followed her to a corner of the room, away from the others. The wooden floors creaked with every step. Rachel sat cross-legged on the floor and patted the spot next to her. I sat down, feeling a bit ridiculous. "Anne, if you're here, we'd like to talk to you," Rachel said in this solemn voice that almost made me laugh. "We're just visitors. We mean no harm." Nothing happened, of course. Rachel kept asking questions into the silence. "Are you here? Can you make a sound to let us know?" I was about to suggest we try something else when we heard it. A soft thud from the other side of the room. We both jumped, then looked at each other. "Probably just the building settling," I said automatically. "Let's check it out," Rachel replied, already getting up. We walked over to where the sound had come from. There was nothing there, just empty floor space near one of the sealed windows. The college guys had moved to another part of the room, and the couple was nowhere to be seen. "Anne, was that you?" Rachel asked. "Can you do it again?" Silence. Then I felt it. This inexplicable cold spot, like walking into a freezer. It was so localized that I stepped in and out of it a few times, trying to understand what could cause such a dramatic temperature change in one specific area. "Rachel, feel this," I said, waving her over. When she stepped into the cold spot, her eyes widened. "Holy shit," she whispered. "That's not normal." "It's probably just a draft," I said, even though I couldn't feel any air movement. Old buildings have weird air circulation. As we stood there debating what could cause such a cold spot, one of the college guys called out, "Hey, did one of you touch me just now?" We looked over at them. They were standing by the post now, looking confused and slightly freaked out. "No one's touched you," Rachel called back. "We're over here." "Dude, something just brushed against my back," one of them insisted. "Like fingers or something." His friend laughed nervously. "Stop messing around." "I'm not. I swear I felt—" He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his face going pale. "What the hell is that?" I turned to look where he was pointing, at the window nearest to us. It was dark outside now, but for a split second I thought I saw something there, a pale face looking in. But we were on the second floor. There was nothing outside that window but air and darkness. "There's nothing there," I said firmly, though my heart had started racing. "I saw it too," Rachel whispered. "A woman's face." That's when the temperature seemed to drop everywhere, not just in that one spot. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. The overhead lights flickered once, twice. "This is stupid," I announced, trying to sound braver than I felt. "It's just suggestion." We all heard the story, and now our minds are playing tricks on us. As if in response, we heard a long, dragging sound across the floor, like something heavy being pulled. The college guys backed away from the post, looking genuinely scared now. "I think we should go downstairs," one of them said. I was about to agree when the couple reappeared from whatever corner they'd been exploring. "Did you guys hear a woman crying?" the woman asked, her voice shaking slightly. "We were over by the old storage room and we both heard it, clear as day." "We didn't hear anything," I said, just as Rachel said, "What did it sound like?" "Like sobbing," the man answered. "But then it changed, like the crying turned into this screaming." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. I was starting to feel genuinely uneasy. Look, this is exactly what's supposed to happen on these tours. They tell us a scary story. Then our minds fill in the blanks with weird noises, and I never finished my sentence because, at that moment, the window next to us, the one that was supposedly sealed shut, flew open with such force that everyone screamed. Cold October air rushed in, and the curtains, which I hadn't even noticed before, billowed inward like ghostly arms reaching for us. "What the fuck?" one of the college guys yelled. "Bill!" Rachel shouted toward the stairs. "Bill! Something's happening up here!" No response from downstairs. The open window kept banging against its frame as the wind whipped through it. I walked toward it, determined to prove there was a logical explanation. Maybe it wasn't properly sealed after all. As I reached for the window, intending to close it, I felt something brush against my hand, not the curtain, something else, something cold and soft like fingers. I yanked my hand back as if burned. "Someone's messing with us," I said, my voice higher than normal. "This is part of the experience. They're trying to scare us." That's when it happened. The thing I still can't explain. The thing that makes me question everything I thought I knew. I was standing by that window trying to close it when I felt hands on my back. Not a gentle touch, but a hard shove that sent me stumbling forward. I caught myself on the windowsill, half my body leaning out into the cold night air, looking down at the ground far below. For one terrible moment I thought I was going to fall. Then something pulled me back, Rachel grabbing my jacket. "What the hell are you doing?" she shouted, her face white with fear. "I didn't. Someone pushed me." I was shaking all over. "Someone pushed me toward the window." Everyone denied touching me. We were all scattered around the room, no one close enough to have reached me. The couple was by the stairs, clearly ready to leave. The college guys were frozen in place near the infamous post. "We need to go," Rachel said, still holding onto my jacket. "Now." No one argued. We all headed for the stairs, moving as a group. That's when the lights went out completely, plunging us into darkness. Someone screamed. I think it was me. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. I heard it clatter across the floor, away from me. "Everyone stay calm," one of the men said. "Just use your phones for light." Several phone lights came on, casting eerie shadows across the room. In the dim light, I saw something that made my blood freeze. By the post where Anne supposedly died, there was a figure, not fully formed, more like a misty outline of a person in a long dress. It was there for just a second, then gone. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. But from the horrified expressions on the others' faces, illuminated by their phone lights, I knew they'd seen it too. We practically ran down the stairs, calling for Bill. We found him in the small gift shop area, looking surprised at our panic. "What happened?" he asked, standing up from his chair. "There's something up there," the woman from the couple said, her voice shaking. "We all saw it." Bill looked concerned, but not surprised. "What exactly did you see?" "A figure," one of the college guys said, "by the post, and the window flew open." "And something pushed me," I added, still trembling. "I almost fell out." Bill sighed deeply. "It happens sometimes. Anne gets active when there are people here after dark. That's why we don't do these late tours very often anymore." "Why didn't you warn us?" I demanded, anger momentarily overtaking my fear. "Would you have believed me?" he asked simply. "You didn't even believe the basic story." He had a point, but I was too shaken to admit it. We all decided to leave immediately. As we walked to our cars, Rachel suddenly stopped and grabbed my arm. "Your phone," she said. "You dropped it upstairs." I froze. There was no way I was going back up there. "I'll get a new one," I said automatically. "Don't be ridiculous," Rachel replied. "I'll go with you. Bill can come too." Before I could protest further, Bill was leading us back inside. The lights were working again downstairs, which made me feel marginally better. We climbed the stairs slowly, Bill leading the way. When we reached the second floor, everything looked normal. The window was closed. The temperature felt regular. My phone was lying in the middle of the floor, the screen cracked but still functional. As I bent to pick it up, I glanced at the post where Anne had died. In the light, I could clearly see those marks again, the dark stains and what looked like fingernail scratches. But now there was something else too, something that hadn't been there before, fresh scratch marks still bright on the wood, like they'd just been made. I grabbed my phone and backed away. "Let's go," I whispered. "Please, let's just go." Bill saw what I was looking at and nodded grimly. "She's still here," he said quietly. "Always will be." As we turned to leave, I heard it. Just once, just for a moment. A woman's voice so faint I almost missed it. "Help me!" I didn't turn around. I didn't acknowledge it. I just ran down those stairs and out of that mill as fast as I could. Rachel was right behind me. I haven't been able to shake the feeling of those hands on my back, pushing me toward the open window. I keep wondering what would have happened if Rachel hadn't grabbed me. Would I have fallen? Was Anne trying to make me share her fate? I've looked up the history of the mill since then. Joseph Courier really did exist. So did Anne Crosby. She really did die there in 1861, just like Bill said. I found old newspaper articles about it in the Ottawa archives online. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know if it was Anne's ghost or just an elaborate setup to scare tourists, but I know what I felt, what I saw, and I know I'm never going back to Watson Mill again. Sometimes at night, when I'm almost asleep, I think I can hear that voice again. "Help me." And I feel cold fingers brushing against my back. Story 3. I still have nightmares about that house. It's been 4 years since we moved out, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed us. Even typing this makes my hands sweat and my heart race like it's trying to escape my chest. My husband, Dan, inherited his grandmother's heritage home in Manotick when she passed away. It was this massive Victorian-style house built in 1857, older than Canada itself. The place was beautiful in that creepy old house way, intricate woodwork, stained glass, and way too many rooms for just the three of us, me, Dan, and our 2-year-old daughter, Emma. But the mortgage on our apartment was killing us, and free housing seemed like a miracle at the time. I should have known something was off from the first day. The realtor who helped with the paperwork kept saying weird stuff like, houses this old have a lot of character, but with this nervous laugh. When I asked about the history, she hesitated before telling us it had originally been a doctor's home and practice in the 1800s. Like, people literally lived and died on an operating table in what was now our living room. Great. The first few weeks were just the typical settling-in chaos. Emma was adjusting to her new room, Dan was commuting to his job an hour away, and I was working from home in what used to be the old doctor's study. The house had these weird temperature fluctuations, freezing cold spots in the middle of summer that would move around. I blamed the ancient heating system and horrible insulation. But then things got weird. I'd put Emma's toys away before bed, and by morning they'd be arranged in perfect circles in the middle of her room. I accused Dan, who denied it. I figured Emma was sleepwalking or something, though she'd never done that before. The upstairs was always the worst part of the house. It felt, I don't know how to explain it, heavy, like the air was thicker up there, especially in the hallway leading to the bedrooms. Emma's room was fine during the day, but the master bedroom had this closet that gave me the creeps from day one. This wasn't some modern sliding door closet. It was ancient, with a heavy wooden door that had this ornate brass handle. It took actual effort to open or close. You had to really pull or push it. That's what made what happened so impossible to explain away. The first time, I thought I was losing my mind. I'd closed that closet door before going to bed. I always did because I hated looking at that dark space. Around 3 a.m. I woke up to this loud bang. The closet door was wide open, and I mean wide open, like someone had flung it with force. Dan slept through it. He could sleep through an apocalypse. I blamed the house settling or something and forced myself to get up and close it, even though every part of me wanted to hide under the covers. This happened again and again, always at night, always when we were sleeping. I started wedging a chair under the handle. The next morning the chair would be moved and the door open. Dan finally experienced it too, and we both agreed it was weird, but probably just old house problems. We were in denial. Then came the footsteps, light like a child's, running up and down the hallway at night. The first time I heard them, I thought Emma had gotten out of bed. I checked. She was sound asleep. I stood in the hallway listening to footsteps that circled around me when nothing was there. Dan's mom visited for a weekend and took the guest room. The next morning, she looked exhausted. When I asked if she slept okay, she just said, "This house has a lot of activity at night, doesn't it?" She never elaborated, and I was too scared to ask what she meant. The worst part was that talking about the weird stuff seemed to make it more intense. One night, Dan and I were discussing the footsteps, and as we were talking, all the doors on the second floor slammed shut simultaneously. We stopped mentioning the strange occurrences after that, at least out loud in the house. I started researching the house's history. The local historical society had records showing that Dr. William Blackwood had indeed practiced medicine there from 1857 until his death in 1901. He specialized in difficult cases and had a suspiciously high mortality rate. There were rumors about experimental procedures and patients who came in with minor ailments but never left. Nothing was ever proven, but the townspeople apparently avoided the place even decades after his death. The house changed hands dozens of times over the years, with no family staying longer than 5 years. Dan's grandmother had only lived there for 3 years before passing, and she'd spent most of that time complaining about the draft and noises in the walls. I started to feel like we were living with fragments of past occupants, like emotional residue had soaked into the walls and floors. Emma began talking about the doctor man who stood in her doorway at night. Kids have active imaginations, but the specific details she gave, like his funny beard that goes like this, mimicking mutton chops, And the blood on his hands matched old photos I'd seen of Dr. Blackwood. I never showed her those pictures. I tried sage, crystals, prayers, anything I could think of to cleanse the energy. Things would improve for a day or two, then go right back to being terrifying. The incident that still haunts me happened about 6 months after we moved in. It was a regular Tuesday night. Dan was working late, so it was just me and Emma. I'd put her to bed around 8 p.m. and went downstairs to watch some mindless reality TV. I had the baby monitor next to me, one of those video ones, so I could see her sleeping. Around 10:30 p.m., I glanced at the monitor and noticed the room seemed darker than usual. The nightlight we always kept on was flickering, which was annoying because I'd just changed the bulb that morning. As I watched, the light went out completely, and the room on the monitor went black except for the infrared night vision. That's when I heard it. Emma let out this ear-piercing scream that made my blood freeze. Not a normal toddler nightmare scream, but the kind of scream that comes from pure terror. I've never moved so fast in my life, taking the stairs 2 at a time. As I reached the top of the stairs, I felt it. The best way I can describe it is like walking into a giant dark cloud of terrifying. The air was ice cold and so thick I could barely move through it. Every instinct screamed at me to run back downstairs, but Emma was still screaming. I forced myself to move toward her room, and the feeling got worse, like something was physically pushing against me, not wanting me to reach her. When I got to her doorway, I saw Emma sitting up in bed, still screaming, pointing toward the corner of her room. Her eyes were wide with terror, fixed on something I couldn't see. And then, across the room, that damn closet door, which wasn't even in her room but in our master bedroom across the hall, burst open with such force it slammed against the wall. I heard it clearly over Emma's screams. I wanted to run. Every cell in my body was telling me to get out. But maternal instinct is stronger than fear. I lunged into the room and grabbed Emma, holding her tight against me. She was rigid with fear, still staring at that corner. The oppressive feeling intensified, like whatever was in that corner was furious that I'd come in. The temperature dropped so low I could see my breath. Emma's toys began vibrating on her shelf, and her mobile started spinning rapidly, though there wasn't any breeze. I remembered something my grandmother used to say about negative entities feeding on fear. So despite being terrified beyond reason, I closed my eyes and tried to calm my racing heart. I pictured my grandmother's face and imagined a bright white light surrounding Emma and me. I silently repeated, "We are protected. You have no power here. This is our home." I don't know how long I stood there holding Emma and repeating those words in my head, but gradually the cold receded. The oppressive feeling lifted. Emma's rigid body relaxed, and her screaming stopped. Within minutes, she was asleep on my shoulder as if nothing had happened. I took her to our bed and stayed awake all night, watching her sleep, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. Dan came home around midnight and found me wild-eyed and clutching a sleeping Emma. I told him everything. He believed me. He'd had his own experiences in the house, but we were both at a loss for what to do. The next day, while Dan took Emma to the park, I went to see his mother. I needed to know if she'd experienced anything during her years of visiting the house before we moved in. What she told me chilled me to the bone. She confessed that she'd seen dark figures moving upstairs numerous times. She'd fallen down the stairs twice with no explanation, like something had pushed her. She'd wake up with unexplained bruises and scratches. The closet in the master bedroom had been a source of terror for her too. She'd nailed it shut before moving out. But when we moved in, the nails had been removed, and there was no sign they'd ever been there. She told me she'd never said anything because she didn't want to scare us, and honestly, she thought we might think she was losing her mind. She also revealed that Dan's grandmother hadn't died peacefully in her sleep as we'd been told. She'd been found at the bottom of the stairs with a look of terror on her face. After that conversation, I refused to stay in the house. We packed some essentials and went to a hotel while we figured out our next steps. My sister, who'd always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, offered to go to the house to pick up more of our things. I warned her about the closet and the upstairs, but she laughed it off. She called me 2 hours later, her voice shaking. She'd gone upstairs to get clothes for Emma, and while in the nursery, she heard the closet door in our bedroom slam open. She felt the same oppressive feeling I'd described. She ran out without getting anything else and refused to go back. The final straw came when Emma started developing bruises on her arms, small, finger-shaped marks that couldn't be explained. We broke the lease, left most of our furniture, and moved across the country to live with my parents while we regrouped. We've been in our new house for almost 4 years now. Emma, now 6, still occasionally wakes up screaming about the doctor man. Sometimes I find her toys arranged in perfect circles, though I know I didn't leave them that way. Last week, I was home alone and heard distinct footsteps upstairs. I don't know what was in that heritage home in Manatech. I don't know if it was Dr. Blackwood or something else entirely. All I know is that whatever it was, I think a piece of it came with us. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the sound of a closet door creaking open, even though all the closets in our new house have sliding doors. Story 4. I've been debating whether to share this for years because it sounds so crazy, but I need to get it off my chest. This all started about 6 years ago, when my brother and his idiot friends decided to mess around with a Ouija board in our apartment. I wasn't there when it happened. I was at a friend's house that night, thank God. But what my mum told me the next day still makes my skin crawl. According to my mum, they were all in my brother's bedroom with the lights off, just using candles. So freaking cliché, right? About an hour into their session, one of his friends started acting weird, like really weird. Her eyes rolled back. She was speaking in this voice that wasn't hers, and then she just passed out cold. The others freaked out, obviously. But that's not even the worst part. My brother told my mum that while this was happening, they all saw a face forming in the blanket that was hanging on the wall above his bed. Like the blanket literally morphed into a face that was staring down at them. They all saw it. That's when they ran out screaming. When I came home the next morning, the energy in our apartment felt wrong. I can't explain it any better than that. It just felt heavy, like the air was thicker or something. My mom was burning sage everywhere. She's into that spiritual stuff. And my brother looked like he hadn't slept all night. He refused to go back in his room. I thought they were all being dramatic until about 3 days later. I was home alone except for our dog, Max, a German Shepherd mix, who was usually super chill. I was sitting in my room working on a school project when I noticed Max standing at my closet door, growling. His hackles were up and he wouldn't stop staring into the closet. I checked inside and there was nothing there, but he wouldn't stop. That's when it started getting really bad. About a week after the Ouija board incident, I was sitting at our dining room table working on homework. Max was lying at my feet like he always did. Suddenly, I got this overwhelming feeling that someone was staring at me. You know that sensation when you know someone's watching you? It was like that, but 10 times stronger. Before I could even process what was happening, Max jumped up and started barking like crazy toward the hallway. But there was nobody there. The way he was barking, I had never heard him make those sounds before. It was frantic, desperate, like he was trying to protect me from something terrible. His eyes were following something moving from the hallway into the dining room where we were. I couldn't see anything, but Max's head was moving like he was tracking something walking around the table. Then his eyes moved upward, following whatever it was, as it apparently climbed up toward the ceiling in the corner of the room. Then Max just stopped. He whimpered and hid under the table, pressing himself against my legs and shaking. I sat frozen for what felt like forever, afraid to move. The air felt ice cold suddenly, even though it was summer and our AC wasn't great. I eventually grabbed Max and ran outside, calling my mum and begging her to come home from work. She thought I was overreacting, but she came home anyway. Things were quiet for a few days after that, and I started convincing myself it was just my imagination running wild after hearing about the Ouija board thing. Then came the day that made me completely lose my shit. I was home by myself after school. My mum had texted asking me to grab some papers from her bedroom, but her door was locked. We had these old doorknobs with those tiny keyholes, and she kept the key on top of the door frame. I had to grab a chair to reach it. So I'm standing there, key in hand, about to unlock her door, when I noticed something in the reflection of the brass doorknob. It was distorted because of the curved surface, but I could clearly make out a tall figure standing behind me. It looked like a man in a white doctor's coat with a black mustache. I froze, key halfway to the lock. In the reflection, this doctor was just standing there, watching me. I could feel him right behind me, even though there was no sound, no footsteps, nothing. Just this overwhelming presence. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Then the reflection changed. His face started melting, like wax dripping down, revealing something else underneath, something that wasn't human. I screamed so loud I hurt my own ears. I dropped the key and ran out of the apartment without even grabbing my phone. I sat on the steps of our building for 2 hours until my mom got home, refusing to go back inside alone. My mom started taking this more seriously after that. She called some spiritual cleansing person who came and did a whole ritual thing in our apartment. It seemed to help for a while. Things quieted down for maybe 2 weeks. But then it started again. And this time it wasn't just me seeing things. My friend Amber came over to study one afternoon. We were sitting at the kitchen table when, out of nowhere, 3 magnets flew off the fridge. Not fell, flew, like someone had swiped them with force. They landed about 6 feet away from the fridge. Amber and I looked at each other, and without saying a word, we both grabbed our backpacks and ran out. We sat at the playground until my brother got home from basketball practice. My mom finally decided we needed to move after my brother started having nightmares every night, the same one where someone was sitting on his chest, crushing him. We found another apartment across town and moved about 2 months after the Ouija board incident. I thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. The new place was fine at first. It felt normal, peaceful. But after about a month, weird stuff started happening again. My Harry Potter sorting hat toy, you know, the one that tells you which Hogwarts house you belong in, kept turning on by itself in the middle of the night. I checked. There were no batteries in it. I threw it away, but my mom fished it out of the trash because it was expensive. I made her keep it in her closet after that. But the worst things happened when I was sleeping. I started experiencing what I now know is sleep paralysis, but at the time, it felt 100% real. The first episode nearly gave me a heart attack. I woke up in the middle of the night, unable to move, not a single muscle. I could see my room perfectly clearly. This wasn't a dream. My eyes were open. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. Then I noticed movement on my wall. There was this thing. Red skin, like raw meat. It was crawling down my wall toward my bed, moving in this jerky, unnatural way. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in directions they shouldn't, and its face, I still see it when I close my eyes sometimes, had these black holes where eyes should be, but there was something moving in those holes, like insects squirming. It reached the foot of my bed and started crawling up toward me. I was trying so hard to scream, to move, anything. It felt like my lungs were going to explode. Just as it reached my feet, I managed to break free from the paralysis and sat up screaming. My mom came running in, but of course there was nothing there. I slept in her room for a week after that. But when I finally went back to my own bed, it happened again. Different this time, but somehow worse. I woke up paralyzed again, but this time there was a figure standing at the foot of my bed. It looked like one of those plague doctors from medieval times, long black coat and that creepy bird-like mask. But its head was wrong. It kept jerking side to side like a glitching video game character. Each movement was accompanied by this clicking sound, like bones snapping. It was holding something, a long needle. As I watched, unable to move or scream, it started walking around to the side of my bed. The movement was unnatural, like it was floating more than walking. It reached out with the needle toward my foot that was sticking out from under the blanket. I felt the prick. I felt it. A sharp, burning pain in my big toe. In that moment, I broke free from the paralysis and kicked wildly, turning on my lamp. There was nothing there, but my toe was throbbing with pain. I looked at it, expecting to see blood or a puncture mark, but there was nothing visible. Still, it hurt for days afterward. I've tried everything to make this stop. We've moved 2 more times since then. I've had my room blessed by people from 3 different religions. I've worn protective charms, crystals, crosses, you name it. Sometimes things will be quiet for months, and I'll start to believe it's finally over. Then something happens to remind me that whatever this is, it's still with me. Last month I was in the shower and saw a handprint appear in the steam on the glass door from the outside, pressing in. I live alone now. I'm convinced that something attached itself to me that night when my brother used the Ouija board. They opened a door and didn't close it properly. I've researched this stuff obsessively, trying to find answers or someone who's gone through something similar. Most people tell me it's just stress or an overactive imagination, but they weren't there. They didn't see what I saw. They didn't feel what I felt. I still sleep with the lights on. I can't help checking reflective surfaces for that doctor figure. And every night before bed, I check under my blankets, terrified I'll see a face forming in the fabric. Whatever came into our lives that night has never fully left, and I don't know if it ever will. Story 5. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not even sure who to tell, or if anyone would believe me. My husband thinks I'm letting my imagination run wild, but I know what I've seen and heard in this house. I know it in my bones. We bought our house in Cleveland Heights back in May 2019. It was a steel, a gorgeous 1910s colonial with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and a yard big enough for our son to play in. The previous owners had converted the garage into a home office, which was perfect for my husband, who works from home 3 days a week. Our 15-year-old son got the biggest bedroom upstairs with its own bathroom, a peace offering for uprooting him from his friends in Cincinnati. Everything was normal for the first 2 years. Sure, the house had its quirks, creaky floors, doors that wouldn't stay shut, the occasional draft, but that's expected in a century-old home. We were happy here. I was happy here. That all changed on November 1st, 2021. I was sorting through our mail that afternoon when I found an envelope with no return address. Inside was a yellowed newspaper clipping dated September 29th, 1921, with a handwritten note that just said, "Thought you should know." The headline read, "Local physician murdered in home," and my blood ran cold when I saw the address, our address. According to the article, Dr. Orville C. Walker had been murdered right here in our house. He lived here with his wife Eleanor and their 4-year-old son Christopher. Apparently, Dr. Walker was awakened around 2 a.m. on Wednesday, September 28th, for an emergency house call. As he entered what is now our home office, the converted garage, someone shot him. His body was then dragged to what is now our son's bedroom, where he died. I must have read that article 20 times that day. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Someone was murdered in our house. Someone died in my son's bedroom. I kept wondering who sent me the clipping and why. Was it just a history buff who thought we'd want to know? Or something else? Then I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Dr. Walker was murdered on September 28th, 1921, a Wednesday. He was 33 years old when he died. My husband is turning 33 next year, and I realized with a sickening feeling that September 28th, 2022 would fall on a Wednesday. The exact same date, day of the week, and age. What are the odds of that? I didn't tell my husband or son right away. I wanted to do some research first, to see if I could learn more about Dr. Walker and what happened to him. But that night, things started to change in our house. I was doing dishes after dinner when I heard the distinct sound of footsteps coming down the upstairs hallway. My son was at basketball practice, and my husband was still at the office, so I knew I was alone. Our dog Pepper suddenly perked up, his ears twitching as he stared at the ceiling, tracking the sound of those footsteps. Then he raced to the bottom of the stairs, tail wagging like he was greeting someone, but there was nobody there. I convinced myself it was just the house settling. Old houses make noises. That's normal, right? 3 days later, I was folding laundry in our bedroom when I heard the front door open and close. I called out, thinking my husband was home early, but got no response. When I went downstairs, no one was there, and the door was still locked from the inside. A week after receiving that newspaper clipping, I went into my son's room to collect his laundry and found his window wide open. It was 40 degrees outside, and that window hasn't been opened since we moved in. It's painted shut. I tried to close it but couldn't budge it. When my son came home, he swore he hadn't opened it, and when we went back upstairs together, the window was closed. I finally told my husband about the newspaper article that night. He was fascinated but skeptical about the strange occurrences. He said old houses have quirks, and I was probably just noticing them more now that I had the murder on my mind. I wanted to believe him, but then we both heard it. We were watching TV in the living room when the unmistakable sound of piano music drifted through the house. It was faint, like it was coming from very far away, but definitely inside our home. We don't own a piano. We've never owned a piano. The music played for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. My husband checked every room in the house, but found nothing. He suggested it might be coming from a neighbor's house, but I know what I heard. It was inside our walls. The next morning, I woke up early and started researching Dr. Walker online. I found several more newspaper articles about his murder. Apparently, he wasn't very well liked in the community. He had a reputation for sleeping with his female patients, and there were rumors he performed illegal abortions. The police had dozens of suspects: jealous husbands, angry fathers, religious zealots who opposed his work. What really got to me, though, was that even his family suspected his wife Eleanor might have been involved. They'd been having problems, and she stood to inherit everything. Plus, their son claimed he saw his mother talking to a strange man outside their house the night before the murder. The police questioned her extensively, but never charged her. 2 weeks after receiving that first clipping, I was sitting in our living room reading when I heard our basement door in the kitchen open and then close. I froze, listening for footsteps on the basement stairs, but heard nothing. After gathering my courage, I went to check and found the door firmly closed, with the deadbolt still locked. I later discovered that our living room, where I'd been sitting, was where they held Dr. Walker's funeral. They laid him out right where our sofa now sits. I started noticing a pattern. The strange occurrences were happening more frequently in the office, my son's bedroom, and the living room, the 3 places most connected to Dr. Walker's death and funeral. It couldn't be a coincidence. Last week, my son finally admitted that he's been experiencing things too. He said sometimes he wakes up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone is watching him. Twice, he's seen what he described as a shadow person standing in the corner of his room. He didn't tell us because he thought we wouldn't believe him or would think he was being childish. I've started keeping a log of every strange thing that happens. Doors opening and closing on their own. The sound of footsteps when no one is there. Objects not being where we left them. Cold spots in rooms that were warm moments before. That faint piano music that comes and goes. Last weekend, my husband and I visited Lakeview Cemetery in Cleveland, where Dr. Walker is buried. It took us hours to find his grave, just a simple stone marker near President Garfield's grand tomb. There were no other Walkers buried nearby. According to cemetery records, his wife and son moved to California shortly after his death and never returned to Cleveland. The strangest thing happened while we were standing at his grave. It was a clear, calm day, but suddenly a gust of wind whipped around us, so strong it nearly knocked me over. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, then stopped as abruptly as it started. When we got back to our car, we found a white feather on the driver's seat. The car had been locked the entire time. 2 nights ago, I was up late working on my laptop in the kitchen when I heard a man's voice clearly say, "I'm still here." It wasn't threatening or angry, just matter of fact, like he was stating a simple truth. I called out, asking who was there, but got no response. I haven't told my husband about that yet. He's already worried about me. He thinks I'm becoming obsessed with Dr. Walker and the murder. Maybe I am. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something Dr. Walker wants us to know or do. Why else would someone send us that article? Why now, after we've been living here for over 2 years? The date is circled on our calendar, September 28th, 2022, my husband's 33rd birthday. It's still months away, but I'm already dreading it. What will happen when that day comes? Will the activity increase? Will something happen to my husband? I've thought about selling the house, but who would buy it if we disclosed its history? And even if we did sell, would whatever is happening follow us? Or would we be abandoning Dr. Walker, leaving him alone in this house with new owners who know nothing about him? Yesterday, I was in the office organizing some paperwork when the temperature suddenly dropped. I could see my breath in the air. Then I smelled something. A strong medicinal odor, like alcohol or disinfectant. It lasted only moments before dissipating, but I knew somehow that it was him, that Dr. Walker had been there, standing right beside me. Last night I dreamed I was in our house, but it looked different, older, with different furniture. A man in a dark suit was standing in our living room, looking out the window. When he turned, I saw he had kind eyes and a neat mustache. He didn't speak, just looked at me with such profound sadness that I woke up crying. I've started leaving out mementos from the 1920s, old coins, vintage postcards of Cleveland, a medical journal from 1921 I found at an antique store. Maybe they'll help him feel more at home, more connected to his time. My husband thinks I'm crazy, but he doesn't stop me. The activity has definitely increased. This morning, my son's bedroom door slammed so hard it cracked the frame. The dog refuses to go up the stairs anymore. And last night, we all heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the wall above our bed at exactly 2:17 a.m., the time Dr. Walker was shot, according to the coroner's report. I don't know what's going to happen on September 28th. Part of me is terrified, but another part feels strangely protective of Dr. Walker. Whatever happened to him wasn't fair. Maybe he just wants someone to acknowledge that, to remember him. I found an old photo of him at the Cleveland Medical Historical Society last week. He looks so normal, so human. Not at all like the adulterous abortion doctor the newspapers painted him as. Just a man who died too young and too violently. I've started talking to him sometimes when I'm alone in the house. I tell him I know he's there, that I'm not afraid, that I want to understand what happened to him. There's never any response, but the house feels different afterward. Calmer, less oppressive. Still, as September approaches, the activity is ramping up. Last night, every door in our house opened simultaneously at 2:17 a.m. My husband finally admitted that maybe there is something to all this. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know if Dr. Walker means us harm or if he's just trying to communicate something important. All I know is that he's still here in this house a century after his death, and for whatever reason, he's chosen to make himself known to us now. I'll update if anything significant happens, especially as we get closer to September 28th. For now, we're staying. This is our home too, after all, and maybe, just maybe, we can help Dr. Walker find whatever peace has eluded him for the past 100 years. But God, I wish I knew why he chose us. Why now? What does he want? And most importantly, what's going to happen on my husband's birthday? Story 6. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. I'm almost 19 now, but I still get chills thinking about what happened that night when I was 6 years old. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was just a nightmare. Maybe my imagination was running wild. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. We lived in this crappy little apartment back then. Just me, my mom, and my 2 sisters. It was a small 3-bedroom place with walls so thin you could hear someone whispering in the next room. The worst part, we were right next to a cemetery. Like, our backyard basically shared a fence with it. And if that wasn't creepy enough, there was a funeral home just down the road too. Mum was always working or staying at her boyfriend's place, so my older sister Jessie was usually looking after me and my younger sister Lily. We didn't have much money, and the place was always kind of falling apart, but it was home. During the day, I didn't mind the cemetery so much. Sometimes I'd even ride my bike along the fence and look at the gravestones, making up stories about the people buried there. But at night, that was different. At night, I'd lie awake listening to every creak and groan of our old apartment, convinced something was trying to get in. That particular weekend, I'd been at my dad's place. He lived about 30 minutes away, and we'd go stay with him every other weekend. Nothing unusual happened that Sunday. We had pizza for dinner, watched some cartoons, and then Dad drove us back home around 7 p.m. I remember being really tired that night. Usually, I'd fight going to bed, but for some reason I just crashed on the couch while watching TV. Mum must have carried me to bed because the next thing I remember was waking up in my room. The glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling were the only light, casting this weird greenish glow over everything. I felt disoriented at first, not sure what had woken me up. My dinosaur alarm clock said it was 1:37 a.m. The house felt empty, too quiet. Normally I could hear Mom snoring from her room or Jessie listening to her music, but there was nothing. Then I remembered Jessie was staying at her friend Amanda's house that night. And Mom, well, she was probably at Rick's place. She'd started spending more nights at her boyfriend's apartment, thinking we wouldn't notice, but we always knew. That meant Lily and I were alone, or at least we were supposed to be. But when I looked over at Lily's bed on the other side of our shared room, it was empty. The covers were pulled back, and her stuffed giraffe was on the floor. My heart started beating faster. Had Mum taken Lily with her? No, I would have remembered that. I sat up in bed trying to calm down. Maybe Lily was just in the bathroom. Maybe she couldn't sleep and was watching TV in the living room. I thought about getting up to check, but something kept me frozen in place. A feeling like I shouldn't move, shouldn't make a sound. That's when I heard it. A clanging sound from the kitchen, like someone was moving around the pots and pans in the cabinet under the sink. My first thought was that Lily was in the kitchen looking for a midnight snack, but even at 6, I knew that didn't make sense. Lily was only 4. She couldn't reach the cabinet handles, let alone get herself something to eat in the dark. The clanging got louder, more deliberate. It wasn't the random noise of pans shifting. It was like someone was purposely banging them together. Clang, 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 rhythmic and steady. I pulled my blanket up to my chin, my whole body shaking. I wanted to scream for Mom before remembering she wasn't there. I wanted to run to the phone and call someone, anyone, but that would mean crossing the hallway to the living room, and I couldn't make myself get out of bed. The noise continued for what felt like forever. In reality, it was probably only a few minutes, but time stretches when you're terrified. My room was at the end of the hallway, with my doorway facing directly across to my older sister's room. Between our doors was the path to the kitchen and living room, so from my bed I could see straight down the hall. Finally, after about 4 minutes, the clanging stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I stayed completely still, barely breathing, straining to hear any sound that might tell me what was happening in our kitchen. Nothing. Slowly, I lowered the blanket from my face just enough so I could see out into the hallway. That's when I saw him, hanging there, right in the middle of the hallway, directly in front of Jesse's door. A man, suspended in the air. I couldn't see his face, it was too dark, and his head was sort of tilted wrong. But I could make out his body clearly in the dim light coming from the nightlight in the bathroom. He was wearing a black suit, formal dress pants with this crisp, perfect crease down the front, and the shiniest black dress shoes I'd ever seen. The kind my dad would only wear to weddings or funerals, but his feet weren't touching the ground. They were dangling about a foot above our worn carpet. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. I just stared, my whole body cold with a fear I'd never felt before or since. I don't know how long I looked at him. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time didn't seem to work right. The strangest part was that he wasn't moving, not swinging like you'd expect someone who was hanging to do. Just perfectly still, suspended there as if frozen in time. I remember thinking about Lily again. Where was she? Was she okay? Was this thing going to hurt her, hurt me? With a surge of courage, or maybe just pure survival instinct, I yanked the covers back over my head and squeezed my eyes shut. I pushed my face into my pillow to muffle the sound of my breathing and repeated the same thing over and over in my head. Please go away. Please go away. Please go away. I don't know how, but eventually I fell asleep. Maybe my brain just couldn't handle the fear anymore and shut down. The next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through our thin curtains, and I could hear Mom in the kitchen making breakfast. I lay there for a minute, trying to convince myself it had all been a nightmare. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. It had been too real, too detailed. I could still see those polished shoes gleaming in the dim light. When I finally got up the courage to leave my room, I found Lily already at the kitchen table eating cereal. She'd been at our neighbor, Mrs. Peterson's apartment all night. Apparently, Mom had arranged it before leaving for Rick's, but forgot to tell me since I was already asleep. Mom, I said, my voice shaking a little. There was someone in the house last night. She looked at me, confusion crossing her face. What do you mean, sweetie? No one was here but you. No, there was a man. In the hallway, he was hanging there. I'll never forget the look on her face, a mixture of concern and disbelief. You had a bad dream, that's all. No one could get in. All the doors were locked. I checked before I left. But I knew what I'd seen. And when Jessie came home later that day, I told her too. Unlike Mom, Jessie didn't immediately dismiss me. She listened, her face serious, and then told me something that made my blood run cold. Sometimes I hear things too, she whispered when Mom was out of earshot, like footsteps in the hallway when everyone's asleep. And once, I thought I saw someone standing in the corner of my room, but when I turned on the light, no one was there. We didn't talk about it much after that, but things started happening more often. Objects would move when no one was home. We'd hear voices having conversations in empty rooms. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. About 6 months later, we moved out. Mom said it was because she found a better place, but I always wondered if the real reason was the look of terror on our faces every time we had to spend the night there. The weird thing is, Mrs. Peterson's granddaughter lives in that apartment now, and according to Jessie, who still keeps in touch with people from the neighborhood, they've never experienced anything strange. No noises, no apparitions, nothing out of the ordinary. Sometimes I think about going back there, just to see if being in that hallway would trigger any memories I've suppressed. But then I remember those shiny black shoes dangling above the carpet, and I know I never want to set foot in that place again. I've researched the history of the funeral home next door, trying to find some explanation for what I saw. There are stories about a director who worked there in the 70s who died suddenly, though no one would say how. I've always wondered if he came to visit us that night, still dressed in his funeral best. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, half the time I try to convince myself it was just the overactive imagination of a scared kid left alone in a creepy apartment. But then I remember the sound of those pots and pans, the deliberate rhythm of the noise, and the absolute stillness of that hanging figure. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to this day, that whatever was in our hallway that night wasn't human, at least not anymore. Story 7. I can't believe I'm writing this down, but I need to talk about what happened at my girlfriend Kate's house 3 nights ago. I still haven't told her the whole story. I don't know if I will. I'm afraid she'll think I'm crazy, or worse, that I'll scare her into feeling unsafe in her own home. But I need to tell someone. Kate and I have been together for almost 2 years now. I stay over at her place a couple times a week. It's closer to my work, and honestly, her place is just nicer than my cramped apartment. It's an older house, probably built in the 70s, with that kind of layout where the kitchen, dining room and living room all flow together in one open space, with a hallway leading to the bedroom and bathroom. I've always felt something a bit off about her house. Not enough to mention it, just small things. The way the temperature drops randomly in certain spots. The creaking that sounds more like footsteps than settling wood. How sometimes I'll feel like someone's watching me when I'm alone. Kate's never noticed anything, or if she has, she's never mentioned it. This past Tuesday night, we had gone to bed around 11:30. Nothing unusual about the evening. We'd made dinner, watched some show on Netflix, and gone to bed at our normal time. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but woke up around 3:17 a.m. I remember checking my phone, needing to use the bathroom. Kate was fast asleep next to me, breathing deeply with her back to me. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake her, and made my way down the dark hallway to the bathroom. I didn't turn on any lights in the hallway because I didn't want to blind myself, and I knew the layout well enough by now. I was washing my hands in the bathroom when I heard it, Kate's voice coming from the direction of the kitchen. "Mike, can you come here for a sec?" It was clear as day. Her exact voice, her exact way of calling me, that slight upward inflection she always has when she needs something. I immediately felt this wave of confusion. I'd just seen Kate sound asleep in bed. There was no way she could have gotten up, walked past the bathroom without me hearing her, and gone to the kitchen in the time I'd been in there. I hesitated, water still running over my hands. Maybe she'd been getting up as I was going into the bathroom. But I would have heard her footsteps on the creaky hallway floor. "Mike, are you up?" Her voice called again, still from the kitchen area. Something felt wrong, really wrong. I turned off the water and dried my hands, trying to make sense of what was happening. "Yeah, I'm in the bathroom," I called back, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. "I'll be right there." I opened the bathroom door slowly, peering down the dark hallway. I could make out the bedroom door I'd left cracked open, a sliver of moonlight cutting across the floor from the window inside. The rest of the hallway stretched in darkness toward the living area. I took a few steps toward the kitchen, but then stopped. Something was telling me not to go. Some instinct deep inside was screaming at me to turn around, to check the bedroom first. I stepped back and pushed the bedroom door open wider. The moonlight from the window illuminated the bed clearly. Kate was still there, in the exact same position, sound asleep. I even heard her soft snoring. My blood ran cold. If Kate was here, then whose voice had I heard? I stood frozen in the doorway for a moment, my mind racing. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was the TV somehow turning on by itself. But no, it had been her voice, clear as day, calling my name from the kitchen. I don't consider myself particularly brave, but I needed to know what was going on. I stepped back into the hallway, leaving the bedroom door open, and slowly moved toward the living room and kitchen area. The house was completely silent now. As I reached the end of the hallway, I could see into the open living area. Moonlight filtered through the blinds on the front windows, casting faint bluish light and creating long shadows across the room. The kitchen was to my right, the living room straight ahead, with the front door in the far corner. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the living room, near the front door, stood something that made my entire body go rigid with fear. It wasn't human. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and completely black. Not black like skin or clothing, but black like a void, like a piece of the night had been cut out and placed in the room. It had no discernible features that I could make out. No face, no eyes that I could see, just this mass of darkness denser than the shadows around it. And it was completely, utterly still. Not the stillness of someone trying not to move, but the unnatural stillness of something that doesn't need to breathe or shift its weight. I couldn't move. I literally could not make my legs work. I stood there staring at this thing, and I knew it was looking right back at me. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt its attention locked onto me like a physical force. Time seemed to stretch. It might have been 5 seconds or 50, I honestly don't know. We just existed there, it and I, in this horrible moment of recognition. Then my survival instinct finally kicked in. I managed to unfreeze my body, and I turned and ran back down the hallway as quietly as I could. I slipped into the bedroom, closed the door behind me, and locked it, trying desperately not to make noise. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the lock. Kate was still asleep, completely unaware. I stood with my back against the door, breathing hard, but trying to stay quiet, listening for any sound from the hallway. There was nothing. No footsteps, no movement. I made my way to the bed and sat on the edge of it, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might wake Kate up. I kept staring at the door, half expecting it to burst open any second, but nothing happened. The house remained silent. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a shadow cast by something outside. Maybe the tree by the front window had created some weird shape that my tired brain had misinterpreted. But that didn't explain the voice, that perfect imitation of Kate's voice, coming from the kitchen while she was asleep in bed. I sat there for what must have been an hour, too terrified to lie down, too afraid to check if that thing was still out there. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I lay down next to Kate, positioning myself between her and the door. I didn't sleep, though. I just lay there, staring at the door, listening to every tiny sound in the house. The thing is, this isn't the first strange experience I've had at Kate's place. There have been other things, smaller things I could more easily dismiss, like the time I was alone in the house and heard what sounded like someone dropping something in the kitchen, but nothing was there when I checked, or how sometimes the bathroom door will slowly open by itself when it's being closed, or the way her cats sometimes stare fixedly at empty corners of rooms, following something with their eyes that I can't see. Her house has always had something strange in the air, a heaviness I can't quite explain, but I never would have called it haunted, not until now. When morning finally came, I was a wreck. Kate noticed right away that something was wrong, but I just told her I'd had a nightmare and hadn't slept well. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I'd seen. What would I even say? Hey, there's something living in your house that can mimic your voice and stands in corners watching people. I made an excuse about needing to get some work done at my place and left earlier than I normally would. As I was driving home, I kept thinking about that thing. What was it? What did it want? Why did it call me using Kate's voice? Was it trying to lure me out there? What would have happened if I had walked all the way into the kitchen? I've been staying at my own place since then, making excuses to Kate about why I can't come over. I haven't told her the real reason. I don't know if I ever will. What if she's been living with this thing her whole time in that house and never noticed it? Or what if she has noticed it, but doesn't want to seem crazy by mentioning it? Or worst of all, what if it's somehow attached to her specifically, not the house? I've never been particularly religious or spiritual. I've never believed in ghosts or demons or whatever. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That thing in the corner was real. And it wasn't human. It wasn't natural. It was something else entirely. I'm going back to Kate's tonight. I can't avoid her place forever without raising suspicions or hurting our relationship. But I've bought a small nightlight to plug into the hallway outlet, and I'm keeping my phone with the flashlight app ready to go. I don't know if light will do anything against whatever that was, but darkness seems to be where it thrives. I keep replaying that moment in my head, seeing that dark figure standing so unnaturally still in the corner, feeling its attention on me. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see it there, that featureless void watching me. And I can't shake the feeling that next time it might not just stand there. What scares me most is that I don't know what to do. Who do you even call about something like this? A priest? A psychic? The landlord? And how do I explain this to Kate without sounding completely insane? All I know is that there's something in her house, something that can sound exactly like her, something that watches from corners in the dark, and I have to go back there tonight and pretend everything is normal. I just checked my phone, and Kate texted me asking if I can pick up some groceries on my way over. So normal. So every day. She has no idea what's waiting in her house when the lights go out. I keep telling myself that I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. That thing in the corner was as real as anything I've ever seen. And something tells me it's still there, standing perfectly still, waiting for me to come back. Story 8. I'm still trying to rationalize what happened last night. I can't stop thinking about it, so I figured writing it down might help me process everything. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can make sense of it. My partner and I bought this old farmhouse in New England about 8 months ago. It dates back to 1875, according to the property records, and we fell in love with all its historical character, the wide plank floors, original beams, the antique hardware on the doors, all that charm that comes with a place that's seen nearly 150 years of life. But from the day we moved in, there's been this undeniable sense of something being off. I can't really explain it better than that. It's just a constant low hum of unease that never fully goes away, like when you feel someone staring at you from across a room, but when you look up, nobody's there. That feeling, but stretched out over months. At first, I thought it was just me being anxious about such a major purchase, but then friends and family started making comments when they'd visit. Nothing dramatic, just casual remarks like, "Beautiful house, but I don't think I could live here." Or, "Something about this place makes me feel," I don't know, watched. The weird part is nobody ever elaborated unless I pressed them, and then they'd just shrug and say they couldn't put their finger on it. But they all felt it. Something restless, something sad, sometimes even bitter. The previous owners didn't disclose anything unusual when we bought the place. They seemed nice enough, an older couple downsizing to a condo. They'd lived here for about 15 years. When I asked if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the house, the husband looked at his wife for a split second too long before saying no. That look has stayed with me. Anyway, last night, last night, I was sitting in the living room around 9:30 p.m. It's got these beautiful bay windows that look out toward the woods behind our property. My dog Scout was curled up at my feet while I was reading. My partner was downstairs in the basement, working on some art project. It's an old stone basement and it gives me the creeps, but they love having a studio space down there. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak you get with any old structure. I was deep into my book when I heard this metallic thud from the corner of the room near an antique writing desk we'd picked up at an estate sale. It wasn't particularly loud, but it was distinct, like something solid had dropped onto the hardwood floor. I glanced over, expecting to see something had fallen, but there was nothing there. Scout lifted his head and looked in that direction too, so I know I didn't imagine it. But he didn't bark or seem alarmed, just alert. I went back to reading, figuring it was just the house settling or something. About 5 minutes later I heard, and I know how this sounds, I heard a quiet sound, like someone mulling something over under their breath. It was distinctly male sounding, not high-pitched, just a contemplative hum. It came from roughly the same corner of the room. My whole body went cold. I froze with my book half closed, straining to listen. Scout was now sitting upright, ears perked, staring at the empty corner. The fact that he was reacting confirmed that I hadn't imagined it. I sat there, not moving, barely breathing, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then I heard it again, the same contemplative sound, a little louder this time. Closer, maybe. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked a bit. I texted my partner, "Can you come upstairs, please?" They replied immediately, "Everything okay?" I didn't want to freak them out, so I just wrote, "Just come up when you can." While waiting, I sat completely still, my eyes fixed on that corner. The room felt different somehow, like the air had thickened. Scout stayed alert, but calm, which was strange. If there had been an intruder, he would have been going crazy. My partner came upstairs a few minutes later. "What's up?" they asked, and I explained what I'd heard. They looked skeptical, but sat down with me. We sat in silence for about 10 minutes, and nothing happened. The tension started to ease a bit, and I felt stupid for getting so worked up. "I'm going to get some water," I said, getting up and heading toward the kitchen. I was halfway across the dining room when my partner called out, "What's wrong? Did you hear something else?" I turned back. "No, why?" "You just made a noise, like you were confused about something." "I didn't make any noise," I said. We stared at each other. "I clearly heard you go, like you were thinking about something," they insisted. My skin prickled with goosebumps. That's the exact sound I heard earlier." We both realized at the same time. Whatever was in the house had made the same noise again, and this time both of us had heard it, but we'd each thought the other had made the sound. "Maybe it's trying to get our attention," my partner suggested, voice slightly higher than normal. That's when I remembered the baseball bat. About a month after moving in, I was clearing out the old cold store attached to the back of the house. It's this small room that was used to store food before refrigerators were common. While sorting through some junk left behind by previous owners, I found something strange tucked away under some shelving, a small baseball bat, standing upright on a cylinder block, not leaning against anything, standing perfectly balanced on its handle. It looked old, handmade, maybe children's size. Definitely not something from recent decades, possibly pre-1960s. I'd asked the previous owners about it when I found their number, but they had no idea what I was talking about. Said they'd never seen a baseball bat in the cold store. The wife even seemed disturbed by my description of it standing upright. She asked me if it was still standing when I found it, and when I said yes, she quickly changed the subject. I'd put the bat in our storage shed out back because something about it made me uncomfortable. But now, thinking about that sound and the metallic thud, I couldn't help wondering if there was a connection. "I'm going to check something," I told my partner, grabbing a flashlight and my coat. The night was cold and still as I crossed our backyard to the shed. The full moon cast long shadows from the trees, and I could see my breath in the beam of the flashlight. I unlocked the shed and stepped inside, shining the light around until I spotted the bat leaning in the corner where I'd left it. Except it wasn't leaning anymore. It was standing upright on its handle, perfectly balanced on the dirt floor of the shed. My heart nearly stopped. I absolutely know that I had leaned it against the wall. There's no way it could have moved itself into that position. The shed door had been locked. No one had been in there. I backed out slowly, not taking my eyes off the bat, and locked the shed door again. When I turned around to head back to the house, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the moonlight, I could clearly see a single set of footprints in the frost-covered grass, mine, leading from the house to the shed. But alongside my tracks, barely visible, was what looked like a second set of impressions. Not footprints exactly, but small circular depressions, like something had been hopping or moving in short bursts beside me all the way to the shed. I ran back to the house, slamming and locking the door behind me. My partner was standing in the kitchen, face pale. "While you were out there," they said, voice shaking, "I heard that sound again, right next to me, like someone was standing right beside me, thinking." We spent the rest of the night in the living room, lights on, barely speaking. Scout stayed alert, occasionally tracking something invisible with his eyes. The house felt charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. Around 3 a.m. we both jumped at a loud, distinct knock from inside the cold store. 3 sharp raps, like knuckles on wood. Scout growled, the first time he'd shown any aggression all night. "We should check it out," my partner whispered. "Are you insane?" I hissed back. But the curiosity was killing me too. Together, flashlights in hand, we approached the cold store door. I turned the knob slowly and pushed it open. The small room was empty except for the shelving and some old mason jars. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. We were about to close the door when Scout pushed past us, nose to the ground, tracking something to the back corner. He stopped, hackles raised, staring at the spot where I'd found the baseball bat weeks earlier. That's when we heard it again, that contemplative sound coming from directly above us, from the attic. We didn't investigate further. We grabbed Scout, went to our bedroom, locked the door, and waited for dawn. Nothing else happened, but neither of us slept a wink. This morning, I went out to check the shed again. The bat was still standing upright, defying physics. I took photos of it because I know how crazy this all sounds. I also noticed something I'd missed before, small initials carved into the handle, TB, and a date, 1887. I've started researching the history of our property, trying to find any record of a TB who might have lived here. So far, nothing. But I did discover that there was a small family cemetery on the edge of the property until the 1920s, when the bodies were supposedly relocated to the town cemetery. The records are spotty, though. I can't explain what's happening in this house. I can't explain the bat that stands on its own, or the voice we both heard, or the knocking from inside a room that was empty. All I know is that something about this property isn't right. Something is here with us, and I think it's been trying to tell us something from the day we moved in. My partner thinks we should try to communicate with whatever it is. I'm not so sure. What if acknowledging it makes things worse? What if it wants something we can't give? For now, we're still here, sleeping with the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of this old farmhouse. I don't know what our next move should be. All I know is that sound keeps playing in my head over and over, like someone trying to solve a puzzle, or remember something important, something about that bat standing impossibly on its handle, waiting in the darkness of our shed. Story 9. I honestly can't explain what happened to us in that old pink house at the edge of town, and I've tried for years to make sense of it. I'm 20 now, but I still get chills thinking about it. I figured writing it down might help, even if nobody believes me. I grew up in this tiny speck of a town on the Kansas-Missouri border, the kind of place where everybody knows your business before you do. My dad owned a decent piece of land on the outskirts, and right next to our property was this abandoned 2-story house painted this faded cotton candy pink. It stuck out like a sore thumb against all the beige and white houses in our neighborhood. Ever since I was little, my dad had this thing about that house. "Marcus, don't you ever go near that pink house. It's got bubonic plague." That's what he always told me. Bubonic plague, like we were living in medieval times or something. I believed him when I was younger because, well, dads know everything when you're 8. As I got older, I learned the real story from kids at school. The house had been empty since the early 90s because something terrible happened there. A mother had hung her child from a second-floor window before shooting herself. Not the kind of thing parents tell their kids, but exactly the kind of story that spreads through a small town like wildfire. By the time I was 14, that house had become an obsession for me. I'd stand in our backyard just staring at it, wondering what it looked like inside, if there were still traces of what happened. My best friend Jaden was just as curious. We'd been friends since kindergarten, and he lived a few houses down from me. "We should check it out," he said one summer afternoon while we were hanging out in my yard. It was one of those brutally hot Kansas days where the air feels like soup. "My dad would kill me," I replied, but I couldn't keep the interest out of my voice. "He's at work until 6. We'll be in and out before he gets home." I remember the feeling in my stomach as we approached the house that first time. This mix of excitement and dread that made my legs feel like jelly. The yard was completely overgrown, tall grass hiding who knows what. The porch steps creaked under our weight, and I was sure one would break and send us crashing through. The front door wasn't even locked. It just swung open with this awful groan that made the hair on my arms stand up. The inside smelled like mold and dust and something else I couldn't place. Something sad, if sadness has a smell. The first floor wasn't particularly interesting, just empty rooms with peeling wallpaper and water stains on the ceiling. We found some old beer cans and cigarette butts, proof that other kids had been brave enough to venture inside before us. That first visit, we were too scared to go upstairs. But once we'd been inside and nothing bad happened, the house lost some of its power over us. We went back a week later and made it upstairs. The second floor was where things got weird. The upstairs hallway had 4 doors, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. In what must have been the master bedroom, we found a bunch of old letters scattered on the floor. They were dated from the mid-80s, mostly bills and a few personal letters. Nothing special, but they felt like treasures to us, actual pieces of the lives that had been lived in this house before the tragedy. The smallest bedroom had a closet. It was tiny, maybe 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep. Inside was a single porcelain doll sitting on the floor. It had this pale face with rosy cheeks and these eyes that seemed to follow you, no matter where you stood. Its dress was once probably white, but had turned yellow with age. "Creepy," Jaden said, picking it up. "Don't touch it," I said, but it was too late. As he turned it over in his hands, he lost his grip and the doll fell, its head cracking against the hardwood floor. A spider web of fractures spread across its face. "Shit," Jaden whispered, looking genuinely upset. "That's bad luck or something, right?" I shrugged it off, but I felt uneasy. We left the doll where it was and continued exploring, but something had changed in the atmosphere of the house. The air felt heavier somehow. We were about to leave when we heard it, a soft, rhythmic creaking sound coming from one of the bedrooms, the one with the window where the hanging supposedly happened. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat as we crept back toward the room. The window was open, though I was positive it had been closed when we first went in. The curtains swayed gently, but there was no breeze, no wind at all. We ran out of there so fast, I tripped on the front steps and skinned my knee. We didn't talk about what we'd heard. Not that day, not the next. But 3 weeks later, we were back. I can't explain why. It was like the house was calling to us. This time we went straight upstairs to the small bedroom. I wanted to see the doll again, to confirm in the daylight that we had just been spooked by the wind last time. The closet door was closed. I know it had been open when we left. I reached for the knob, and I absolutely swear, I felt it turn under my hand before I even twisted it. The door swung open on its own. The doll was sitting there, perfectly intact. No cracks, no damage. It was sitting upright, its dead eyes staring right at me. "I broke it," Jaden whispered beside me. "I know I broke it." We looked at each other, and I could see my own fear reflected in his eyes. Without a word, we went to the spot where the doll had fallen. There were no fragments, no dust, nothing to indicate it had ever been damaged. When we looked back at the closet, the doll was gone. Not moved, not hidden, gone. We tore that closet apart looking for it, but it had vanished. We didn't go back for 3 months after that. School started and we got busy with other things. But the house stayed in my mind like an itch I couldn't scratch. It was November when we returned. The weather had turned cold, and the house seemed even more decrepit. Part of the roof had collapsed in one corner from weather damage, and rainwater had seeped through the ceilings, leaving dark stains and causing parts of the upper floor to sag dangerously. "We shouldn't stay long," I said, as we climbed the now familiar stairs. "The floor doesn't look safe." We did a quick tour of the rooms we'd already explored, finding nothing unusual. The closet in the small bedroom was empty, as expected. No doll, no sign it had ever been there. "One more thing," Jaden said, digging into his pocket. He pulled out a coin. "Heads, I look in the closet one more time. Tails, you do it." He flipped the coin. Tails. I remember wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans as I approached the closet again. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. I pulled it open quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid. The closet was empty, just as it had been a few minutes earlier. I was about to close it when I heard it, a soft, childish voice that seemed to come from inside the closet, though there was nowhere anyone could hide. "Want to play hide and seek?" The words were mumbled, barely audible, but unmistakable. I slammed the closet door shut and backed away so fast I knocked into Jaden. "Did you say something?" I asked him, my voice higher than normal. The look on his face told me he hadn't. But he'd heard it too. We bolted out of that house like it was on fire. I don't remember the trip down the stairs or through the yard. I just remember running until my lungs burned, not stopping until we reached my house. We never went back to the pink house. A few years later, the county finally demolished it after it was deemed structurally unsafe. I drove by the empty lot recently. It's just overgrown weeds now, no sign that a house ever stood there. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear that soft voice asking if I want to play hide and seek, and I keep my eyes firmly shut because I'm terrified of what I might see if I open them. I've researched the history of that house extensively since then. I found newspaper articles about the murder-suicide. I even found the name of the child who died. A little girl named Emily. She was 6 years old when her mother hung her from that window. What I can't find is any mention of a porcelain doll. I've asked older people in town if they remember the family owning such a thing, but no one does. The only evidence that doll ever existed is in Jaden's and my memories. And sometimes on stormy nights when the wind hits my bedroom window just right, I hear a faint creaking sound, like something swaying back and forth, back and forth. The logical part of me says it was just kids playing pranks, or our imaginations running wild, or the natural sounds of an old house settling. But deep down, I know what we experienced wasn't normal. That doll shouldn't have repaired itself. That closet shouldn't have been empty when we looked back, and that voice shouldn't have been there at all. I still live in the same town, though Jaden moved away for college. We don't talk about the pink house anymore. But whenever we get together, there's this unspoken thing between us, this shared experience that nobody else would believe. Whatever was in that house, whatever spoke to me from that closet, I hope it found peace when the building was torn down. But sometimes I worry that it didn't, that it's still out there, waiting for someone else to come play. I don't have any explanation for what happened to us. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but nothing makes sense. All I know is that I'll never forget that little voice asking me to play, and I'll never stop wondering what would have happened if I'd said yes. Story 10. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, nearly 30 years later, I get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. I was only 9 years old during the Great Flood of 1993, when the Mississippi River decided to swallow half of northeastern Missouri, including my family's home. My parents were frantically trying to salvage what they could from our first floor as the water kept rising. We'd been staying with my aunt for a few days, but her small apartment was already packed with other relatives who'd lost their homes. That's when they decided I should stay with Marge, our town's librarian, while they dealt with the flood damage. I loved the library, and Marge was always nice to me. She'd help me find books about dinosaurs and space, and sometimes she'd slip me a piece of candy when no one was looking. But I'd never been to her house before, and the idea of staying with someone who wasn't family made my stomach hurt. Marge lived with her husband Henry in this massive old brick house on one of the only hills in our otherwise flat town. My dad dropped me off with my backpack and a garbage bag full of clothes. I remember him kneeling down, his jeans soaked to the knees, telling me to be good and that they'd come get me in a few days. I tried not to cry as his truck disappeared down the road. The house was even bigger up close, 3 stories of dark red brick with black shutters that looked like they were frowning. The yard had this massive oak tree that must have been hundreds of years old. Its trunk was so wide that I couldn't have wrapped my arms around even half of it. "That tree has history," Marge told me as she noticed me staring at it. "During the Civil War, this house was part of the Underground Railroad. Runaway slaves would hide inside that tree when slave catchers came around." She pointed to a hollow opening near the base of the trunk that had been filled with cinder blocks. Henry's grandfather sealed it up years ago for safety, but people say you can still hear whispers coming from it sometimes. I didn't like how she said that last part, not one bit. Inside, the house smelled like old books and furniture polish. Everything looked antique, heavy wooden furniture, faded rugs, and yellowed photographs in frames. Henry was quiet, just nodding at me when Marge introduced us. He looked tired, with deep circles under his eyes. "You'll be staying in the guest room on the 2nd floor, Marge said, leading me up a creaky staircase. "There's a bathroom right across the hall. The 3rd floor is off limits, though. The floorboards aren't safe up there. Henry keeps meaning to fix it up, but we never get around to it." The guest room had flowery wallpaper and a 4-poster bed that was so high off the ground, I needed to use a little step stool to climb onto it. There was a dresser with a mirror that made my reflection look slightly greenish, and heavy curtains that didn't quite block out all the light. Dinner was quiet. Henry barely spoke, and Marge kept asking me forced questions about school and what books I liked. I pushed my meatloaf around my plate and tried not to think about my house underwater or my parents worrying about losing everything. When bedtime came, Marge gave me a nightgown that was scratchy and smelled like mothballs. "It was my daughter's," she explained. "She's grown up now, lives in Chicago." I wanted to ask why she didn't just give me one of my own t-shirts from the garbage bag, but I didn't want to be rude. I climbed into the massive bed, and Marge turned off the light. "Sleep tight," she said. "Don't mind any strange noises. Old houses talk at night." I had no idea how right she was. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when the first sound woke me. It was a distinct metallic noise, like someone hammering metal against metal. Clang, clang, clang. 3 hits, then silence. I sat up, disoriented in the unfamiliar room. The digital clock on the nightstand read 1:47 a.m. The hammering came again. Clang, clang, clang. It was coming from above me, from the 3rd floor that was supposedly unsafe. I pulled the covers up to my chin and listened. After the hammering stopped, I heard footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps moving across the ceiling. Then came a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I thought about my dad saying, "Be brave," when he left me. But this wasn't about being brave. Something was up there, on the floor, that was supposed to be empty. The footsteps continued, moving from one end of the ceiling to the other, back and forth. Then they stopped, right above my bed. I held my breath. The dragging sound started again, and then silence. I couldn't stay in that room. I slipped out of bed, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor. The hallway was dark except for a small nightlight near the bathroom. I tiptoed to Marge and Henry's room and knocked softly. After a moment, Marge opened the door, squinting at me. Her hair was in curlers, and she had thick white cream on her face. "Emma, what's wrong?" she whispered. "There's someone upstairs," I said, my voice shaking. "I heard hammering and footsteps." Marge sighed. "Oh, honey, it's just the house settling. These old places make all sorts of noises, especially when the weather's changing." "But it sounded like footsteps," I insisted, "and hammering." "That's probably the water pipes. Henry turned on the sprinkler system earlier to keep the lawn from drying out during this heat. Sometimes the pipes knock." She patted my shoulder. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Do you want some warm milk to help you sleep?" I shook my head. I knew what I'd heard, and it wasn't pipes. "Go back to bed, sweetie. Tomorrow we can go to the library and pick out some books to keep you busy while you're here." I trudged back to my room, feeling dismissed and even more scared than before. When I got back into bed, the noises had stopped, but the room felt different. Colder. Like when you open a freezer and that blast of cold air hits your face. I pulled the covers up over my head, leaving just a small opening to breathe through. I'd always slept this way when I was scared. My own little fortress against monsters and things that went bump in the night. Time stretched out. The red numbers on the clock changed slowly. 2:13, 2:27, 2:42. I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong. That feeling you get when someone is staring at you. I had that, but multiplied by 100. Then I smelled something, like old perfume mixed with dirt. Musty and sweet at the same time. It was getting stronger. I was too scared to look, but also too scared not to. Slowly, I lowered the sheet just enough to peek out with one eye. She was standing at the foot of my bed. A woman in a long, dark dress with buttons up the front and a high collar. Her hair was pulled back tight, and her face was pale, so pale it seemed to glow slightly in the darkness. She wasn't looking at me at first. She was staring at the wall, her hands clasped in front of her. Then, as if she sensed me watching, she turned her head, slowly, mechanically, until her eyes met mine. Her eyes were just wrong, like looking into deep wells of darkness. I screamed. I screamed louder than I'd ever screamed in my life. The woman didn't move, didn't react, just kept staring with those terrible empty eyes. Footsteps came pounding down the hall. The door burst open, and the light flicked on. Henry stood there in striped pajamas, looking confused and angry. "What in God's name is going on?" he demanded. I pointed to the foot of the bed, but there was nothing there. The woman had vanished. "There was a lady," I sobbed. "A lady in an old dress. She was right there." Marge appeared behind Henry, tying her robe. "Emma, you were having a nightmare." "No, I was awake. She was right there, looking at me." Henry ran a hand through his thinning hair. "This is why I told you we shouldn't take in kids, Marge. Imagination run wild." But I knew what I saw. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't a dream. "I want to call my grandpa," I said, still crying. "I want to go home." "It's nearly 3 a.m, Marge said. "We can't bother your grandfather at this hour." "I don't care. I want to call him now." I was hysterical, my whole body shaking. "Please, please let me call him." Marge and Henry exchanged looks. "The phone's downstairs," Marge finally said, "but I really think you should try to get back to sleep." "I'm not staying in this room," I insisted. Henry threw up his hands and walked out, muttering something about ridiculous and middle-of-the-night nonsense. Marge led me downstairs to the kitchen phone. I dialed my grandpa's number with trembling fingers, praying he would answer. After 4 rings, his groggy voice came on the line. "Hello? Grandpa," I sobbed. "Grandpa, can you come get me? Please." "Emma, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "There's something in this house. I saw a lady in my room, and there are noises upstairs, and they don't believe me." I could hear him getting out of bed. "Put Marge on the phone." I handed the receiver to Marge, who took it with a tight smile. She turned away from me, speaking in hushed tones, but I could hear parts of it. "Just a nightmare. Very vivid imagination. I'm so sorry she woke you." But whatever my grandpa said must have been convincing, because when she hung up, she looked annoyed. "Your grandfather is coming to get you. He'll be here in about half an hour. Do you want to wait down here?" I nodded vigorously. There was no way I was going back upstairs. We sat in silence in the living room, me on the edge of the sofa, ready to bolt, and Marge in an armchair, looking at me like I was the most inconvenient thing in the world. Henry had gone back to bed, clearly washing his hands of the whole situation. "That tree outside," I said suddenly, remembering what she'd told me earlier. "The one where slaves hid. Did any of them die there?" Marge's expression changed, just for a second. A flicker of something, worry, fear, crossed her face. "What a morbid question," she replied. "This is why you're having nightmares, filling your head with such thoughts." But she didn't answer my question. The minutes crawled by. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the woman in the dark dress standing in the doorway. Finally, headlights swept across the front windows. I was off the sofa and at the door before Marge could even stand up. My grandpa was still in his pajamas, with a coat thrown over them, when I flung myself into his arms on the porch. "What in tarnation is going on?" he asked. But he was holding me tight, and I felt safe for the first time since I'd arrived at that house. "I'm not staying here, Grandpa. I'm not. There's something wrong with this house." He looked over my head at Marge, who was standing in the doorway. "I'm real sorry about this, Marge. Kids and strange houses don't always mix well." Marge's lips were pressed into a thin line. "No need to apologize. But perhaps Emma should work on controlling her imagination." As my grandpa led me to his truck, I looked back at the house. My eyes were drawn to a window on the 3rd floor, the unsafe floor where no one was supposed to go. There was a light on up there, and a silhouette of someone standing at the window, watching us leave. I didn't say anything to my grandpa then. I just climbed into his truck and didn't look back again. Years later, when I was in high school, I finally got up the courage to ask my mum why they'd sent me to stay with Marge during the flood. "Marge," she looked confused. "The librarian. We never sent you to stay with her." "Yes, you did, during the flood. I stayed at her house for 1 night. My mom shook her head. "Emma, you stayed with your Aunt Linda, then with Grandpa after that first night. You never stayed with Marge." But I did. I know I did. The house, the tree, the woman in the dark dress with the empty eyes. It was all real. I've driven by that house a few times as an adult. It's still there, still perched on that hill with the massive oak tree in the yard. Marge and Henry moved away years ago, and different families have lived there since. I wonder if they've seen her too. The woman from the 3rd floor. I wonder if they hear the hammering at night, the footsteps, the dragging sounds. And I wonder what really happened in that house all those years ago, what connections exist between the Underground Railroad, that sealed tree, and the woman who visited me that night. Sometimes I think about knocking on the door, asking the current owners if they've experienced anything strange, but I never do. Because deep down, I'm still that 9-year-old girl, terrified of what might answer if I knock. Story 11. I'm not much of a writer and I don't usually share personal stories online. But something's been bothering me for 15 years now, and I need to get it off my chest. I've tried telling a few close friends, but I always get those looks, you know the ones, where they're trying to be polite, but clearly think I'm making it up or exaggerating. I'm not. What happened that day still gives me chills when I think about it. Back in 2008, I was working as a carpenter in St. Louis. Nothing fancy, just your basic remodeling gigs. I'd been in the business for about 5 years at that point, working for a guy named Mike, who ran a small but reputable outfit. We did a lot of work in some of the nicer neighborhoods around the city. Kitchens, bathrooms, finished basements, that sort of thing. This particular job was in Ladue, one of those upscale St. Louis suburbs where the lawns are always perfect and the houses are worth more than I'll probably make in my lifetime. The house itself wasn't anything special to look at, just a sprawling ranch-style home built sometime in the 70s. Single-story, brick exterior, attached two-car garage. Pretty standard for the area, honestly. The owners, William and Nancy, were this middle-aged couple who both worked in healthcare. He was a hospital administrator and she was a pharmacist, I think. They'd hired us to update most of the interior. The place wasn't falling apart or anything, but everything was dated. Dark wood paneling, old wallpaper, outdated fixtures, the works. The kind of house that time forgot. William and Nancy wanted to brighten everything up, modernize it all. When we first walked through the place to give an estimate, nothing felt off. Just an ordinary suburban home that needed some work. No weird vibes, no strange feelings, nothing that would make you think twice about spending your days there. I remember thinking it would be an easy job compared to some of the historic homes we'd worked on. Those could be nightmares with their outdated wiring and crumbling plaster. We started the job on a Monday in late September. That whole first week was completely normal. Demo work, prepping surfaces, that kind of thing. Mike and I had a good system going. We'd arrive around 7:30, work until about 4, and leave the place cleaner than we found it. The homeowners were rarely there during the day, which made the work easier. No one hovering over our shoulders asking questions or making last-minute changes. The following Tuesday is when things got weird. Mike and I arrived at the usual time. The house was empty. William and Nancy had both left for work already. We had our own key to the side entrance that led directly into the kitchen. The plan for the day was to continue stripping wallpaper in the dining room and prepping it for paint. The weather was perfect that day. Crisp fall air, bright sunshine. I remember because we had a few windows open to help with ventilation while we worked. The dining room connected to both the kitchen and a long hallway that ran through the center of the house. We'd been working for maybe 2 hours, scraping away at that stubborn wallpaper, when we both heard it clear as day, the distinctive sound of the wooden screen door at the garage entrance opening and then slamming shut. It had this particular squeak to the hinges and a solid clack when it closed, no mistaking it. Mike stopped what he was doing and looked at me. "William must be back early," he said. Then we heard footsteps, not like someone was trying to be quiet, but normal walking sounds on the kitchen tile heading toward the hallway. The footsteps were distinct, the kind of sharp, clear sound that hard-soled shoes make. Mike called out, "Hey, William, we're in the dining room if you want to talk about those paint colors." No answer. The footsteps continued down the hallway, away from us. Mike shrugged and went back to the garage entrance to talk to him. I kept working, but I could hear Mike moving through the kitchen. Then he came back looking confused. "He's not there," Mike said, frowning slightly. "Maybe he went to one of the bedrooms," I suggested. Mike shook his head. I checked the hallway, nobody there. We both thought it was strange, but when you work in other people's houses, you get used to odd noises. Old houses settle, appliances make weird sounds. We figured maybe it was the neighbor's house we'd heard, or maybe the wind had caught the screen door. We went back to work, and about an hour later, we decided to break for lunch. We were sitting at our coolers in the kitchen when a car pulled into the driveway. Through the kitchen window, I could see William getting out of his car. Mike looked at me. "I thought you said he came back earlier." I shook my head. "I didn't say that. We both heard someone come in, but it wasn't me who thought it was William." We watched as William used his keys to open the front door. He seemed surprised to see us in the kitchen. "Hey guys, how's it going today?" he asked casually, setting his briefcase on the counter. Mike hesitated before asking, "Is there anyone else who has keys to your house? Someone who might have stopped by earlier?" William looked confused. "No, just me and Nancy. She's at work until 6. Why do you ask?" Mike explained what we'd heard, the screen door, the footsteps. William just laughed it off. "Probably just the house settling. This place makes all kinds of noises. Been driving Nancy crazy for years," but I could tell he was a little unsettled by it too. He stayed for about 20 minutes talking about paint colors for the dining room, then headed back to work. Said he'd just come home to grab some files he'd forgotten. After lunch, Mike had to leave for a supplier meeting. He said he'd be back in a couple of hours and left me to start steaming off wallpaper in the breakfast nook, which was this little area attached to the kitchen with a bay window overlooking the backyard. I was alone in the house for maybe 30 minutes, working with the wallpaper steamer when it happened. Bang! A loud, deliberate sound from directly below me, like someone had taken a broom handle and smacked it hard against the ceiling of the basement. I froze, steamer in hand, listening. Maybe it was the water pipes. The house had copper plumbing, and sometimes those can make knocking sounds when the pressure changes. Bang! Again in the exact same spot. Bang! A third time. 3 distinct, evenly spaced knocks directly beneath my feet. They weren't random. They sounded intentional, like someone trying to get my attention. I turned off the steamer, and the house went completely quiet. My heart was racing, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, despite the cool air coming through the open windows. I don't know what possessed me to do this, but I stomped my foot on the floor, 3 times mimicking the pattern I'd heard. The response was immediate. Bang, bang, bang. Same rhythm, same intensity, same location, right beneath my feet. My stomach dropped. I felt lightheaded, like I might pass out. There was no mistaking it. Someone or something in the basement was responding to me. I stood there, frozen for what felt like forever, trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe there was another entrance to the basement I didn't know about. Maybe someone had broken in. But why would a burglar be knocking on the ceiling? I knew I needed to check. I couldn't just stand there. Besides, what if it was something simple? Maybe an animal had gotten trapped down there somehow. I grabbed a hammer from my tool belt, more for comfort than anything else, and headed for the basement door. The door was in the hallway, midway between the kitchen and the bedrooms. I hesitated before opening it, listening for any sounds. Nothing. The house was dead quiet now. I flipped on the light switch, and the stairwell lit up. The stairs themselves were carpeted, beige, just like the rest of the house, and they led straight down to a finished basement. "Hello," I called down, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Is someone down there?" No answer. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, hammer gripped tightly in my right hand. Each step seemed to take forever. At the bottom of the stairs, I paused again and looked around. The basement was fully finished, with the same beige carpet as the stairs. To my right was a laundry area with a washer, dryer, and utility sink. Directly ahead was a rec room with a big screen TV and some furniture. To the left was what looked like a game area with an old shuffleboard table and a wall rack filled with pool cues, though there was no pool table in sight. I checked the ceiling in the laundry area first, since that would be directly beneath the breakfast nook where I'd been working. Nothing unusual, just the expected ductwork and plumbing, all concealed behind a standard drop ceiling. I checked all around the basement, looking for any sign of an intruder or anything out of place. The windows were small and all secured from the inside. The exterior basement door had a deadbolt, and it was locked. There was no way someone could have gotten in or out without me noticing. After confirming I was alone, I stood in the middle of the basement, completely perplexed. I know what I heard. Those knocks were real, and they had responded to me, but there was nothing here that could explain it. I was about to head back upstairs when something caught my eye. On the floor, near the shuffleboard table, was a small white object. I bent down to look closer. It was a piece of chalk, the kind used to mark scores in shuffleboard. Nothing unusual about that, except for one thing. It was placed precisely in the center of a perfect chalk circle, about the size of a dinner plate. The circle looked freshly drawn, with no smudges or breaks. I didn't touch it. Something about it felt wrong, deliberate, like it had been left there for someone to find. I backed away and quickly headed up the stairs, shutting the basement door firmly behind me. When I got back to the breakfast nook, I grabbed my phone to call Mike, but stopped myself. What was I going to say? That I heard knocking from the basement, but found nothing except a piece of chalk in a circle. He'd think I was losing it. Instead, I turned the steamer back on and tried to focus on my work, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the scraper. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen, expecting to hear the knocking again, but there was nothing. About an hour later, Mike returned. I wanted to tell him what had happened, but I couldn't find the right words. I just mentioned that I thought I'd heard some weird noises from the basement, but couldn't figure out what caused them. He didn't seem concerned. "These old houses, man, they're full of weird sounds," he said, echoing William's earlier dismissal. But this wasn't an old house. It was a relatively modern ranch in a well-maintained suburb, and those knocks weren't random house noises. They were deliberate, responsive. We finished out the day without any further incidents. Before leaving, I made an excuse to check the basement one more time, asking Mike if he wanted to look at the water heater, since we'd be working near the plumbing later in the week. We went down together, and I immediately looked for the chalk circle I'd seen earlier. It was gone. The floor was completely clean, with no trace of chalk anywhere. I checked the rack of pool cues and shuffleboard equipment. There was chalk there, but it was stored in a small container, exactly where it should be. I didn't say anything to Mike. What could I say? Either I had imagined the whole thing or, well, I didn't want to consider the alternative. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the knocks in my head, the perfect timing of the response to my stomping. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was all in my imagination, stress, maybe, or too much caffeine. The next day, I was hesitant to return to the house, but I couldn't exactly call in sick without a good reason. Mike would have thought I was being ridiculous. We arrived at the usual time. Nothing seemed out of place. We continued our work, and the day passed without incident. Same with the next day, and the one after that. By the end of the week, I'd started to relax. Maybe it had been a one-time thing, some kind of weird acoustic anomaly, or something I'd misinterpreted. We finished the job about 3 weeks later. The house looked great, bright, modern, exactly what William and Nancy had wanted. They were thrilled with our work, and Mike was already talking about the referrals we'd get from them. I should have been proud of the job we'd done, but all I felt was relief that we were done. I never wanted to set foot in that house again. It's been 15 years now, and I still work as a carpenter, though I started my own business about a decade ago. I've worked in hundreds of houses since then, old Victorians, brand new constructions, and everything in between. I've heard all kinds of strange noises, encountered all sorts of bizarre things left behind by previous owners. But I've never experienced anything like those knocks in that ordinary ranch house in Ladue. Never again heard something respond to me from an empty room. To this day, I can't explain what happened. All I know is that whenever I drive through that neighborhood, I take the long way around to avoid passing by that house. I don't believe in ghosts, never have. but sometimes at night when I'm lying in bed and the house is quiet, I find myself listening, waiting, and sometimes I swear I can hear the faint sound of knocking coming from somewhere below. Story 12. I was 13 at the time, awkward and gangly like most kids that age, but with the added bonus of being in the foster system. My foster mum at the time, Sandra, was actually one of the better ones I'd had. She wasn't overly affectionate or anything, but she made sure I had what I needed and didn't treat me like a paycheck like some of the others did. This particular weekend, Sandra told me we were going to stay overnight at this old care home that had recently shut down. Apparently, her friend Meredith was considering buying the property as an investment, and Sandra had agreed to check it out with her. Since she couldn't leave me alone overnight, foster care rules and all that, I had to tag along. The place was in a rural part of Leeds, Yorkshire, and as we drove up the long, winding driveway that Friday afternoon, I remember feeling this weight in my chest, like someone had placed a stone right between my lungs. I've always been a bit sensitive to places. My previous foster mum used to call me spooky, because I'd sometimes refuse to go into certain rooms or buildings without being able to explain why. This care home, though, this was different. It was a large Victorian building, probably quite grand in its day, but now it just looked tired and sad. The red bricks had faded to a dull rust color, and ivy crawled up one side like it was trying to pull the building back into the earth. There was a small, neglected garden out front, with weeds pushing through the gravel driveway. "It's got potential," Sandra said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. Meredith was already there when we arrived, clipboard in hand, walking around the exterior and making notes. She was one of those hyper-efficient women with sharp eyes and a sharper voice. She greeted Sandra warmly enough, but barely acknowledged me beyond a quick, "Hello, Daniel," before launching into all the reasons why the property was a steal. As they chatted, I stood by the car, reluctant to move closer to the building. That's when I saw it. Just for a second, through the downstairs window. What looked like a black cloud of something. It wasn't smoke, it was too dense and moved in a way that smoke doesn't. It looked almost solid, like a swarm of insects, except completely black and moving with purpose. Then it was gone. So quickly I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. "Daniel, stop dawdling and bring your bag," Sandra called, and I reluctantly followed them inside. The interior was just as depressing as the exterior. The hallways were lined with that institutional mint green paint that was peeling in places. There was still furniture scattered around, chairs pushed against walls, a few metal bed frames in some of the rooms, filing cabinets with their drawers hanging open. The place had been emptied in a hurry, it seemed. Meredith explained that the care home had closed about 6 months earlier due to funding issues. All the residents had been moved to other facilities, and the building had been sitting empty ever since. As we walked through the rooms, she kept pointing out features like the high ceilings and original fireplaces. But all I could focus on was how cold it was inside, despite it being May, and how our footsteps echoed way too loudly on the wooden floors. "Oh, and this place has history," Meredith said excitedly as we reached the kitchen. "It's supposedly built right on the boundary lines of the old Templar kingdom of Waldingham. Some local historians are quite interested in the area." "Templars? Like knights and stuff?" I asked, momentarily distracted from my unease. "That's right. Though they weren't just knights, they were quite powerful landowners in this region. Had their fingers in all sorts of pies, as they say," Meredith replied. Sandra didn't seem particularly interested in the history lesson, asking instead about practical things like plumbing and electricity. I tuned them out, wandering over to the kitchen window that overlooked the back garden. It was overgrown and wild, with an old stone well in the center. Something about that well made me uncomfortable, so I turned away. We spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the building. There were about 20 bedrooms upstairs, where the residents had stayed, a large common area, a few offices, and a small medical room. Meredith had brought food, so we ate sandwiches in the kitchen before setting up for the night. Since the place had no electricity or gas connected, we were using camping lanterns and sleeping bags. Meredith had claimed the former manager's office because it had a couch, and Sandra and I were going to sleep in what had been the staff break room, her on the small sofa and me on the floor in my sleeping bag. As night fell, the building seemed to change. The shadows grew longer, deeper, and the silence became heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of the old structure settling. I was lying in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling, while Sandra read a magazine by lantern light. "Try to get some sleep, Daniel," she said, noticing me still awake. "We'll be heading back home tomorrow after lunch." I nodded and closed my eyes, trying to ignore the feeling that there was something wrong with this place. Sandra turned off her lantern about 20 minutes later, and the room plunged into darkness, except for the faint moonlight coming through the window. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a sensation that made my skin crawl. Something, was breathing right next to my ear. I could feel the warm breath, hear the wet, sticky sound of it. And then the sniffling started, loud, aggressive sniffing like someone trying to smell me. I was frozen, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might explode. The breathing and sniffling went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. And then, just as I was about to scream, it stopped. For one blessed moment there was silence. And then the scream came, a woman's scream, but not like any sound I've ever heard a human make. It started as a high-pitched wail and then twisted into something guttural and raw, like it was being ripped from her throat. It was right there in the room with us, so loud it felt like my eardrums would burst. I bolted upright, my own scream joining hers, frantically looking around the dark room. The lantern. Where was the lantern? I fumbled for it, knocking it over before managing to switch it on. The light flooded the room and the screaming stopped abruptly. I was panting, sweating, my throat raw, and then I realized something that made my blood run cold. Sandra was still sleeping peacefully on the sofa. How was that possible? The scream had been deafening. "Sandra!" I crawled over and shook her shoulder. "Sandra, wake up!" She stirred, blinking in confusion at the light and my panicked face. What's wrong?" "Didn't you hear it? The scream! There was a woman screaming right here in the room." She sat up, immediately looking concerned. "Daniel, I didn't hear anything. You were having a nightmare." "No, I was awake. I felt something breathing on me, sniffing me, and then there was this horrible scream. How could you not hear it?" At that moment, the door opened, and Meredith appeared, her hair disheveled from sleep. "What's going on? I heard shouting." "Daniel had a nightmare," Sandra explained, but I cut her off. "It wasn't a nightmare. I was awake, and something was in here with us." I was close to tears, my voice breaking. Meredith and Sandra exchanged a look that I couldn't quite interpret. Then Meredith sighed and came into the room, sitting on the edge of the sofa. "Daniel, when I was looking into this property, I did hear some stories from former staff members," she said carefully. "Apparently, some of them reported odd experiences while working here, especially at night." "What kind of experiences?" I demanded. "Noises mostly, sounds that couldn't be explained. A few mentioned feeling like they were being watched or breathing near them when no one was there." She glanced at Sandra. "I didn't mention it because I thought it was just staff trying to explain away their own neglect of the residents." "What do you mean?" Sandra asked. Meredith lowered her voice. "There were some allegations of mistreatment before the place closed down. Nothing ever proven, but enough complaints that an investigation was started. Before it could be completed, funding was pulled, and the facility was shut down." I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly feeling even colder. "Did anyone die here?" Another look between the adults. "There were some deaths, yes," Meredith admitted reluctantly. "It was a care home for the elderly, so that's to be expected. But there was one incident about a year before closure. A female resident was found at the bottom of the stairs. The official report said she wandered out of her room at night and fell, but some staff thought it was suspicious. I remember thinking that information should have been shared before we decided to spend the night here, but I was too shaken to say it out loud. Sandra put her arm around me. "It's okay, love. Whatever you heard or thought you heard, you're safe with us. Try to go back to sleep." But there was no way I was closing my eyes again that night. I sat up with my back against the wall, the lantern close by, while Sandra eventually dozed off again. How she could sleep after what I'd told them, I had no idea. As I sat there, watching the shadows play on the walls, I started to hear something else. A faint clanging sound coming from beneath the floorboards. It wasn't rhythmic or regular. It would stop and start, sometimes louder, sometimes barely audible, like someone tapping on pipes or metal, but with no pattern I could discern. I didn't wake Sandra again. I was afraid she wouldn't hear it, just like she hadn't heard the scream, and then I'd seem even more unhinged. So I just sat there, listening to the irregular clanging beneath us, and watching the doorway, terrified that I'd see that black cloud-like thing drift into the room. The night stretched on endlessly. At one point, I was certain I heard footsteps in the hallway outside. Not normal footsteps, but a strange, dragging shuffle, punctuated by what sounded like a tap or knock every few steps. I held my breath, staring at the door, but nothing came through. When dawn finally broke, I nearly cried with relief. The grey morning light seeping through the window felt like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. The clanging had stopped about an hour earlier, and the building seemed quiet and ordinary again in the daylight. Sandra woke up around 7 a.m., looking surprisingly well rested. She frowned when she saw me, still sitting against the wall, dark circles undoubtedly under my eyes. "You didn't sleep at all, did you?" she asked softly. I shook my head. "There were noises all night, coming from under the floor." She sighed and came to sit next to me. "Daniel, old buildings make all sorts of noises. Pipes expand and contract. Wood settles." "It wasn't that," I insisted. "It sounded like someone was down there tapping on the pipes or something." Before she could respond, Meredith appeared at the door again, already fully dressed and looking chipper. "Morning. I've got some pastries in my car for breakfast. Sleep well?" The question felt like a cruel joke, and I just glared at her. Sandra quickly explained that I'd had a rough night, and Meredith had the decency to look sympathetic. "I'm sorry to hear that," she said. "Tell you what, we can head out right after breakfast if you'd like. I've seen enough of the place to make my decision." I perked up at that. "So we're not staying until lunch?" "No need," Meredith replied. "I've made up my mind about the property." I was desperate to know if she was going to buy this nightmare house, but I didn't want to ask and show too much interest. My curiosity was answered over breakfast, though, as Meredith enthusiastically outlined her plans to Sandra. "It'll take some investment, of course, but converted into luxury apartments, this place could be a gold mine. The location is perfect. Rural enough to appeal to professionals wanting to escape the city, but close enough to Leeds for commuting." Sandra looked surprised. "So you're going ahead with it, even after what Daniel experienced?" Meredith glanced at me, then back to Sandra. "Old buildings have character, Sandra, and character sometimes comes with quirks. Besides, once the place is gutted and renovated, I doubt any quirks will remain." I wasn't convinced, but I was too relieved about leaving to argue. We packed up quickly, and I practically ran to the car, not wanting to spend another minute in that place. As we were pulling away, I looked back at the building. For just a second, I thought I saw movement at one of the upstairs windows, that same dark, roiling mass I'd glimpsed the day before. Then we turned a corner, and the care home disappeared from view. About 2 weeks later, I overheard Sandra on the phone with Meredith. From what I could gather, Meredith had sold the property to some wealthy family from London who wanted a country estate. I was eating cereal at the kitchen table, trying not to be obvious about eavesdropping. When she hung up, I couldn't help myself. Did she tell them about what happened to me there? Sandra looked at me for a long moment, then gave me this strange little smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Some things are better left unsaid, Daniel, especially when there's money involved. I never found out if those people were warned before they moved in. I've often wondered what happened to them, if they experienced the same things I did or worse. Sometimes I think about trying to find the place again, to see if it's still standing, or if the new owners fled like I wanted to. But honestly, I don't even know the exact address, and part of me is afraid of what I might find if I went looking. All I know is that there was something deeply wrong in that abandoned care home, something old and malevolent that was tied to that land. Whether it had to do with the Templars or the deaths in the care home, I don't know. But whatever it was aware of me that night. It came close enough to breathe on me, to smell me. And sometimes, in my nightmares, I still hear that inhuman scream cutting through the darkness like it's right beside me. Story 13. I still have no idea what was actually in that house, but I know with absolute certainty that I was not alone in there. I've spent 3 years trying to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild in a new place, but deep down, I know better. My parents worked for the diplomatic corps, which meant I grew up as a perpetual new kid. 18 schools by the time I graduated high school. Some postings were amazing, 2 years in Tokyo, others not so much. The 6 months in a compound in Kazakhstan during winter nearly broke me. But nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to what happened in that house in Redacted City. Dad got reassigned there in my junior year of high school. I was 16, angry about having to start over again, and in no mood for house hunting. But my mum insisted we all participate in the decision. We'll find somewhere special to make up for the move, she kept saying. When the realtor showed us this gorgeous Victorian just outside the city's historic district, even I had to admit it was incredible. 3 stories, original hardwood floors, these amazing stained glass windows in the stairwell that cast rainbow patterns across the walls when the sun hit them. The price was weirdly low for such a beautiful place, but the realtor claimed the owners were relocating overseas urgently and needed a quick sale. Mom and Dad jumped at it, and within 3 weeks, we were moving in. The problem started about 2 days after we fully unpacked. Nothing dramatic at first, just small things disappearing. My hairbrush would vanish from my dresser, only to turn up in the linen closet. My phone charger disappeared from beside my bed and showed up wrapped around the banister downstairs. I blame my dad, who has a habit of moving things while cleaning. He denied it, but parents always deny that stuff, right? Then my mum's engagement ring went missing. She'd left it on the bathroom counter while showering, like she always did, and it was just gone. We tore the house apart looking for it. 3 days later, while she was sitting in the living room reading, something hit her in the forehead. It was the ring. It had literally bounced off her head out of nowhere. She thought I'd thrown it at her as a prank, but I was upstairs doing homework. Dad was outside mowing the lawn. That's when we started to wonder if something was off about the house. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor facing the backyard. It had this antique vanity with a large oval mirror that came with the house, beautiful mahogany piece that the previous owners left because it was meant for the room. I started noticing that sometimes when I was brushing my hair or doing my makeup, there would be a shift in the reflection. Not something obvious, just a sense that what I was seeing wasn't quite synced up with reality. Then one night, I was getting ready for bed and caught movement in that mirror. Standing behind me was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown. Her dark hair was in two braids, and her head was tilted at this impossible angle, like her neck was broken. I screamed and spun around, but there was nobody there. When I looked back at the mirror, it showed only my reflection again. I convinced myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me after a long day. But then it happened again, 2 nights later, and again the following week. Each time, the little girl appeared closer to me in the reflection. Each time, her neck seemed more unnaturally crooked. Each time, when I turned around, I was alone in the room, but the air felt heavy, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing and the tension lingers. I tried telling my parents, but they brushed it off. Dad said old houses make people's imaginations run wild. Mum suggested maybe I was stressed about starting at yet another new school. Neither of them took it seriously until the night my bookshelf emptied itself. I was doing homework at my desk when I heard a soft thud behind me. I turned to see one of my books on the floor. As I watched, another book slid off the shelf and fell, then another, and another. Within seconds, books were flying off the shelves like they were being yanked by invisible hands. I ran downstairs screaming for my parents. Dad came up with me, and of course by then everything had stopped. But all my books, literally every single one, were scattered across the floor. Some were open, pages bent. Some had landed 10 feet from the bookshelf. Dad tried to rationalize it. Maybe the shelf had been installed unevenly and finally gave way. But the shelf itself was perfectly level and undamaged. That night I refused to sleep in my room. I camped out on the living room couch, but couldn't sleep. Around 3 a.m. I heard footsteps. Small, light footsteps like a child's, running up and down the upstairs hallway, back and forth, back and forth. When they finally stopped, I heard giggling, not happy giggling. This weird, distorted sound that made my skin crawl. The next morning I found tiny, wet footprints, like a child had been walking with bare feet, leading from my bedroom door to the bathroom and back. They weren't there when my parents woke up. Things escalated quickly after that. The TV would turn on by itself, always to static. Doors would slam shut, even when there wasn't any breeze. The temperature in my bedroom would drop so low you could see your breath, even though the rest of the house was perfectly warm. Then came the night I saw her up close. I'd finally agreed to sleep in my room again, after Dad installed a lock on my door. Around 2 a.m., I woke up feeling like someone was watching me. When I opened my eyes, she was standing at the foot of my bed, the little girl from the mirror. Her nightgown was dirty and torn in places. Her skin had this grey-blue tinge, and her head was nearly upside down, twisted at an angle that would be impossible for any living person. But the worst part was her eyes, completely black, no whites at all, just endless darkness. And she was smiling. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. She just stood there, staring at me with that broken neck head and that terrible smile. Then she started crawling onto the bed. Not normally. She was moving like those horror movie ghosts, with jerky, unnatural movements. Her body seemed to bend in places bodies shouldn't bend. Something finally broke loose in my brain and I screamed. I screamed so loud my throat hurt for days afterward. I lunged for the door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands, and ran downstairs. My parents found me in the kitchen, huddled in a corner, still screaming. When they finally calmed me down enough to explain, Dad went upstairs to check my room. He said there was nothing there, but he couldn't explain why my bedroom was freezing cold while the rest of the house was normal, or why the mirror on my vanity was now cracked down the middle. That was it for Mom. She'd been skeptical, but seeing me so terrified finally convinced her something was wrong. We spent that night in a hotel, and the next day they started looking for somewhere else to live. Whatever career consequences my dad might face for breaking the lease so soon after moving, they decided my safety and sanity were more important. While they were making arrangements, I did some research. I went to the local library and searched through old newspaper archives. It took almost 2 days, but I finally found something. In 1952, a 9-year-old girl named Eliza Winters had died in that house. The article was vague about the circumstances, calling it a tragic accident, but mentioned that she was found hanging from the banister of the main staircase. The article included a school photo of her. She had dark hair in 2 braids. When we were moving out, one of the neighbors finally told us what the realtor hadn't. The house had been sold 6 times in the past decade. No one ever stayed longer than a few months. It was known locally as the hanging house because of what happened to Eliza. The rumor was that it hadn't been an accident at all, that Eliza had taken her own life after enduring years of abuse from her father, and now her spirit remained angry and vengeful, especially toward families that moved in. As we were loading the last boxes into the moving truck, I went back upstairs to do a final check of my room. The vanity mirror, still cracked, showed only my reflection at first, but as I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of movement. The little girl, Eliza, was sitting on my bed watching me, but this time she wasn't smiling. She looked sad, almost apologetic. I blinked, and she was gone. We moved across town into a much less impressive but thoroughly ghost-free apartment. My dad took some heat at work for the sudden move, but no one questioned it much after I started sleeping through the night again and my grades improved. I didn't talk about what happened for months, until I met Miguel and Roderick in my new school. We were assigned to work on a group project together, and somehow the conversation turned to supernatural experiences. When I hesitantly shared a sanitized version of my story, instead of the ridicule I expected, they both got really quiet. Then Miguel said, "I believe you, because something happened to me too." Miguel lived near what used to be a small mining town about 30 minutes from the city. The town had been abandoned in the 1970s when the mine closed, but the buildings were still standing, crumbling, but there. He told us that local teens used to go there for parties, but most stopped after rumors spread that the place was being used for satanic rituals. He laughed it off at first. Typical small-town urban legend, he thought. But then he described how doors in his family's house would rattle after midnight, like someone was trying to get in. His parents blamed it on the wind, but Miguel swore he could sometimes hear whispering on the other side of the door. Multiple voices arguing about whether they could enter without permission. One night, Miguel was driving home, late after hanging out with friends. His car broke down about a mile from his house, on a stretch of dark country road. While he was trying to figure out what was wrong with the engine, he glanced in his rearview mirror and saw an elderly man standing behind the car, shaking violently like he was having a seizure. When Miguel turned around to help, there was no one there. But when he looked back in the mirror, the man was even closer, now reaching toward the back window. Miguel abandoned his car and ran all the way home. When he and his father returned with a tow truck the next morning, they found dead animals, rabbits and squirrels, arranged in a perfect circle around the car. Then Roderick shared his experience. His family lived in an old apartment building downtown. When he was home alone with his younger sister, he would often hear banging coming from the kitchen, like someone was hitting the bottom of a pot with a spoon. Every time he went to investigate, the noise would stop, only to be replaced by the sound of bare feet running toward the kitchen door. He never saw anyone, but the footsteps would get so close, he swore he could feel the air move as whatever it was rushed past him. He'd run back to his sister's room, lock the door, and they'd hide until their parents came home. The 3 of us formed an unlikely friendship after that night, bonded by experiences none of us could fully explain, but all of us believed. We did more research together, even visited each other's homes, or former homes in my case, looking for patterns or explanations. Miguel's house was genuinely creepy even in daylight. Isolated, surrounded by dense woods, with the abandoned mining town visible as crumbling structures in the distance, we found symbols carved into trees nearby, not the pentagram stuff you see in movies, but strange, angular markings that none of us recognized. When we showed pictures to a history professor at the local community college, she identified them as very old protection symbols, likely carved by the original settlers in the area who had a reputation for being extremely superstitious. Roderick's apartment building turned out to have been built on the site of an old orphanage that had burned down in the 1920s. Several children had died in the fire, trapped in the kitchen where they'd been working. As for my house, the hanging house, we discovered that Eliza hadn't been the only tragedy there. Her father had also died in that house, allegedly by suicide, just months after her death. And before them, in the 1930s, the entire family who lived there had perished from carbon monoxide poisoning due to a faulty furnace. The house had a history of death, stretching back almost to when it was built. I still drive by that house sometimes. A new family lives there now. I've thought about warning them, but what would I say? Watch out for the ghost girl with the broken neck who might steal your things and terrify your children. They'd think I was crazy. Last time I drove past, I saw a young girl looking out of what used to be my bedroom window. She was about the same age I was when we lived there. For a split second, I thought I saw another figure standing behind her in the room, small, with dark braided hair. But it was probably just a shadow. I hope it was just a shadow. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts, never had a reason to. Growing up, my parents were practical people who taught me that what you can see and touch is what's real. Everything else is just imagination running wild or your mind playing tricks on you. That's what I kept telling myself for years after moving into that house in Mapleton with my ex-husband Mike. Now looking back, I wish I'd trusted my instincts sooner. We bought the place in 2007. It was a charming two-story with more space than we needed at the time, but Mike and I planned on having kids, and the price was surprisingly affordable. The real estate agent mentioned in passing that the previous owner had died in the master bedroom. A stroke, nothing violent or suspicious. I remember joking with Mike that at least we knew someone had died of natural causes rather than something sinister. I wish I'd taken it more seriously. The weird stuff started about 3 weeks after we moved in. Nothing dramatic at first, just those little oddities you can easily explain away. I'd put something down and find it in a different spot. The temperature in certain rooms would drop for no reason. Easy to blame on forgetfulness or drafty windows in an older home. Then one night Mike shook me awake around 3 a.m. "Sarah, who are you talking to?" he asked, looking genuinely concerned. I had no idea what he was talking about. As far as I knew, I'd been sound asleep. According to Mike, I'd been having a full conversation with someone, responding to questions, even laughing quietly. But I was totally alone on my side of the bed. He said I kept nodding and looking at a specific spot near the window, as if someone was standing there. I brushed it off as just sleep-talking, though I'd never done that before. But it kept happening. At least once a week, Mike would wake me up mid-conversation with nobody. One morning, maybe 6 months after we moved in, I was getting ready for work in the bathroom. Mike had already let our 2 dogs out into the backyard through the mudroom door, as he did every morning. I clearly heard the clicking of dog nails coming down the hallway toward me, that distinctive sound dogs make on hardwood floors. I called out, "Come here, boys," thinking they'd returned from outside. The clicking stopped right outside the bathroom door, but when I opened it to let them in, there was nothing there. I figured they must have gone to another room, so I walked to the kitchen. Empty. Living room. Empty. I finally checked the mudroom, and both dogs were sitting in their crates, exactly where Mike had left them before heading to work. They hadn't been in the house at all. That was the first time I felt truly unnerved. Then came the perfume, a floral, powdery scent that would suddenly fill a room. It wasn't my perfume. I prefer something more subtle. It reminded me of what elderly women often wear, something classic and old-fashioned. It would appear randomly, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes midday when I was alone in the house. The scent was always strongest in the master bedroom and the hallway outside it. By our second year in the house, the sounds started, banging and knocking mostly. Not the normal settling sounds houses make, but deliberate knocks that seemed to come from inside the walls. Sometimes it was 3 distinct knocks in succession, sometimes just a single loud bang from upstairs when I was downstairs alone. I mentioned these things to Mike, but he was deployed overseas with the military a lot during those years. He'd been in the house maybe 8 months total out of the first 2 years we owned it. When he was home, he'd experienced some things too, items moving, strange sounds, but he'd rationalize them away. He was raised even more practically than I was. Our daughters were born during these years, first Emma, then Lily 2 years later. As they grew old enough to talk, they started mentioning the girl who played with them. I assumed they had imaginary friends, which is normal for kids. Emma would talk about playing hide-and-seek with a blonde girl in a white dress. Lily, completely separately, mentioned the same girl. What's strangest is that they never talked about this girl with each other, at least not that I ever heard. It wasn't until years later, when Emma was 12 and Lily was 10, that they were reminiscing about the house, and both mentioned playing with the girl in the white frilly dress. They were shocked to learn they'd both seen her. I got chills listening to them describe the exact same child. During Mike's deployments, which sometimes lasted 6 to 9 months, the activity would intensify. Maybe whatever was in that house knew I was more vulnerable when alone. The knockings increased. I'd see shadows moving in my peripheral vision, quick darting movements that disappeared when I turned to look directly at them. The worst was when I'd be in bed alone, missing Mike, worrying about his safety overseas, and I'd feel the mattress depress behind me, as if someone was crawling into bed. Then I'd feel what seemed like arms wrapping around me, hugging me. The first few times it happened, I screamed and jumped out of bed, turning on every light in the room. There was never anyone there. Strangely, it didn't always feel threatening. Sometimes it felt protective, like whatever was there was trying to comfort me. But that didn't make it any less terrifying to feel someone holding you when you're completely alone in a house. Our German Shepherd Rex seemed particularly sensitive to whatever was happening. He would stare at empty corners, growling lowly. Sometimes he'd bark frantically at the hallway when nothing was there. One evening, he was sleeping on the couch next to me while I watched TV. Suddenly he yelped and flew off the couch as if he'd been shoved. He landed awkwardly on the floor, looking back at the couch with his hackles raised, teeth bared. There was no one there, nothing that could have pushed him. He refused to get back on that couch for weeks afterward. The property came with a detached garage and a small garden shed. I'm obsessive about locking doors. Growing up, my dad drilled that into me. Every night before bed, I'd check every door and window in the house, plus the outbuildings if I'd been in them that day. But at least once a week, I'd wake up to find the shed door standing wide open or the side door to the garage unlocked and ajar. Even in winter, when snow would have shown any footprints, these doors would be found open with no tracks leading to or from them. After about 5 years in the house, Mike and I started having problems. The stress of his deployments, raising 2 young girls mostly on my own, and honestly, the constant, unexplained occurrences in the house, it all took a toll. We decided to move, hoping a fresh start might help our marriage. We found a newer home about 25 miles away in a different school district. The day we moved, I felt relieved, like a weight was lifting. The movers had taken the last boxes, and I was doing a final walkthrough of the empty house. When I reached the upstairs landing near the stairs, I felt a cold spot, much colder than the rest of the house. As I paused there, I had an overwhelming feeling of being watched, of something angry looking at me. Then I felt pressure on my back, like hands pushing me toward the stairs. I grabbed the banister just in time, my heart racing. Whatever it was, it felt like it was trying to hurt me. I ran out of that house and never looked back. The new house felt clean, normal. For about 3 months, everything was peaceful. No strange sounds, no mysterious scents, no shadows in my peripheral vision. Mike and I were working on our marriage. The girls seemed happier. Then one night, I woke up to the smell of that same floral perfume. Faint at first, then growing stronger until it filled our new bedroom. I nudged Mike awake, asking if he smelled it too. He did. There was no source we could find, no spilled perfume bottle, no flowers, nothing. Within weeks, the knocking started again. The shadows returned. The doors to our new shed and garage would be found open in the mornings despite being locked the night before. It was happening all over again. Mike experienced it too, more directly this time. One evening when I was out with friends, he was upstairs putting the girls to bed. As he came down the stairs, he felt the same cold spot on the landing that I'd felt in our old house. He described feeling hands on his back, pushing him forward. He caught himself on the railing, but was so shaken he called me immediately, asking when I'd be home. That was the first time he admitted he truly believed something supernatural was happening. But by then, our marriage was beyond saving. The stress of everything, his deployments, the constant fear in our home, had broken us down. We divorced when Emma was 8 and Lily was 6. I kept the house, and Mike moved into an apartment closer to his base. The girls stayed with me most of the time due to his deployment schedule. The activity continued, but it became almost routine. The knocking, the shadows, the occasional feeling of being watched. 3 years after our divorce, I met Dan. He's practical and logical, a contractor who builds houses for a living. When I hesitantly told him about the strange occurrences in my home, he suggested renovations. Maybe there were structural issues causing the sounds, or faulty wiring creating electromagnetic fields that some people are sensitive to. We gutted parts of the house, replaced wiring, fixed plumbing. I was hopeful this would solve it, but even with walls opened up and parts of the house completely rebuilt, the activity persisted. Dan moved in last year, and within a month he experienced it too. He was alone in the kitchen when he clearly heard a child giggling in the living room. He went to look, thinking one of the girls had come home early from their dad's place, but the room was empty. A few weeks later, he felt someone sit on the edge of the bed while I was in the shower. Last month, Emma, now 13, told me something that chilled me to the bone. She said she'd researched the original house in Mapleton out of curiosity, the previous owner who died of a stroke. Her name was Eleanor, and she'd lived alone for 20 years after her husband died. According to neighbors Emma found online, Eleanor was known for wearing a distinctive floral perfume. She had no children, but was often visited by her niece, a blonde girl who in photos from the 1990s Emma found often wore white dresses with frills. What disturbs me most is that whatever was in that house seemed to follow us. It wasn't tied to the building, but to us, to me, my children, even attaching itself to Mike and now Dan. Was it Eleanor? Was she somehow attached to us, rather than the house? Or is it something else entirely, something that was on that land long before the house was built? I still wake up sometimes to the feeling of someone crawling into bed beside me, even with Dan sleeping soundly next to me. The girls still occasionally mention seeing the blonde girl, though less frequently as they've gotten older. The knocking continues. The door's still open. I don't know what to do anymore. We can't keep moving. Whatever this is, it follows us. Sometimes I wonder if it's protective, like when it seems to comfort me during lonely nights. Other times, like on the staircase landing, it feels malevolent and dangerous. I just want it to stop. I want answers, but I don't know where to find them when the haunting isn't tied to a place, but to people, to my family, to me. Story 15. Baishin, I still can't fully wrap my head around everything that's happened in this house. I never believed in any paranormal stuff before. I'm an engineer by training, and I've always approached life with skepticism and logic. But after what I've experienced here, I don't know what to think anymore. 6 months ago, I inherited my childhood home in Cedar Grove after my dad passed away. Finding him in the dining room that morning was, well, I don't like thinking about it. The paramedics said it was a massive heart attack. Quick, at least. The same house where my grandfather died in the upstairs bedroom about 15 years earlier. Cancer took him slowly, unlike Dad. Initially, I planned to renovate and sell the place. I had no intention of living in a house with so many painful memories. But something changed during the renovation process. Maybe it was uncovering the original hardwood floors under that awful carpet Dad never replaced, or finding my old height marks penciled on the kitchen door frame. Whatever it was, I couldn't let go. This place held my entire childhood, the good and the bad. The first month after moving in was completely normal. I settled into a routine, working from home in Dad's old office, jogging through the neighborhood in the evenings. The house felt peaceful, if a bit empty. I'd catch myself expecting to hear Dad calling from the kitchen or the sound of his favorite jazz records. Then, about a month in, weird stuff started happening. Small things at first. I'd put my coffee mug down on the counter while checking my phone, look back up, and it would be gone. I'd find it later in the sink, or sometimes in completely random places like the windowsill in the living room. I blamed it on stress and lack of sleep. But then other things started disappearing and reappearing. My keys, which I always hang on the hook by the door, would somehow end up in the refrigerator. My reading glasses would vanish from the nightstand and turn up in the bathroom cabinet. Once, I spent an hour looking for the TV remote, only to find it neatly centered on the coffee table where I'd already looked at least 5 times. I started to wonder if I was developing early-onset dementia or something. I even scheduled a doctor's appointment, but all my tests came back normal. Stress can do funny things to memory, the doctor told me. I tried to believe that explanation. About 2 months after moving in, the audio phenomena began. I was lying in bed one night, almost asleep, when I heard it. A burst of static, like someone keying a walkie-talkie, followed by unintelligible mumbling. It seemed to be coming from behind my headboard. I jumped up and checked, thinking maybe there was an old intercom system I didn't know about, but there was nothing there. The thing is, that spot is exactly where Dad kept his old stereo system. I'd removed it during the renovation, but the static kept happening, always between 11 p.m. and midnight, always from that same spot. Sometimes it would just be static. Other times it sounded like someone trying to talk through intense interference. Then the TV started turning on by itself. The first time it happened, I nearly had a heart attack. It was around 5:30 a.m., still dark outside, and suddenly the living room TV blasted on at maximum volume. I ran downstairs to find some infomercial playing. I figured I must have sat on the remote the night before and somehow programmed it. I made sure to turn off the TV properly that night, even unplugging it. The next morning, same thing. 5:30 a.m., TV blaring at full volume. This time I knew I'd unplugged it. I checked. The plug was firmly back in the socket. Dad used to get up at 5:30 every morning and turn on the news at high volume because his hearing wasn't great. He always sat in the same recliner, which I'd kept. After about 3 months of this escalating activity, it suddenly stopped. Everything went back to normal. No disappearing objects, no static, no TV incidents, nothing for 6 whole months. I honestly started to think I'd imagined the whole thing. Or maybe there had been some weird electrical issue that had sorted itself out. Then it started again. Exactly the same pattern. Small objects disappearing and reappearing, followed by the static noises, followed by the TV incidents. But this time, I noticed something else. The activity seemed confined to the downstairs areas, particularly around spots where Dad spent most of his time. The dining room where he died, his recliner, his stereo area. Upstairs was a whole different story. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway at night. Not aggressive stomping, just the distinct sound of someone slowly walking past my bedroom door. The first few times I jumped out of bed and checked, thinking maybe someone had broken in, but there was never anyone there. Then there was the phone vibration. You know that distinct buzz of a cell phone vibrating against a hard surface? I kept hearing that, coming from my grandfather's old bedroom, which I was using as a home office. The thing is, there's no phone in there. I've checked dozens of times, emptied drawers, looked under furniture. Nothing. But the vibration sound happens several times a day, always from different spots in that room. My grandfather was constantly on call as a doctor. Even in his final months, when he was too sick to work, he kept his pager and cell phone with him out of habit. The vibration sound is identical to what I remember from childhood visits. That distinctive buzz followed by him sighing and getting up to make a call. The most intense incident happened about 2 weeks into this second cycle. I was working late in the living room when I heard 3 loud pounds on the glass patio door, not like someone knocking politely. This was like someone slamming their palm against the glass. Bang, bang, bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was midnight, completely dark outside. I turned on the patio lights and looked out, but no one was there. No footprints in the dewy grass, no signs of any disturbance. As I was about to turn away, I noticed something on the glass. A handprint-like condensation mark, as if someone with a hot hand had pressed against the cold glass. I watched it slowly fade away. Dad used to smoke on that patio every night before bed. 3 cigarettes always. He'd tap on the glass when he wanted me to join him for a chat. The medicine organizer incident freaked me out the most. My grandfather's old weekly pill organizer, one of those plastic things with compartments for each day, was sitting on a shelf in the upstairs bathroom. I kept it as a memento. One night, around 3 a.m., I heard a clatter from the bathroom. I went to check and found the pill organizer on the floor, its contents scattered everywhere. What bothers me is that it couldn't have just fallen. The shelf is recessed and the organizer was pushed back against the wall. For it to end up on the floor, it would have had to move forward about 6 inches, then fall. As I was picking it up, I distinctly felt a cold spot in the bathroom, like walking through a pocket of freezing air. It was July, and the AC wasn't even running. I've tried to approach this logically. I had an electrician come out to check the house's wiring, thinking maybe power surges were causing the TV issues or creating electromagnetic fields that could explain some of the phenomena. He found nothing wrong, said the renovation had actually improved the electrical system. I installed carbon monoxide detectors, thinking maybe that was causing hallucinations. All clear. I've checked for gas leaks, structural issues that might explain the sounds, even had pest control come out in case animals were getting into the walls. Nothing explains what's happening. The bizarre thing is the cycle. The activity builds for about 3 months, then completely stops for 6 months, then starts again. I'm currently in the middle of the 3rd cycle, and it's following the exact same pattern as before. I can almost predict what will happen next. I've noticed another pattern too. Downstairs seems to be Dad's domain. The missing objects, the static from where his stereo was, the TV incidents, the patio door. All things connected to him and his habits. Upstairs belongs to my grandfather. The footsteps, the phone vibrations, the medicine organizer. It's like they're both still here, going about their routines in the spaces they occupied. Yesterday, I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard my name called from the dining room. It wasn't loud, just a normal conversational tone, but it was unmistakably my dad's voice. I walked into the dining room, half expecting to see him sitting at the table with his crossword puzzle. The room was empty, but there was a pen sitting in the middle of the table that I know wasn't there before. I don't know what to do. I've thought about moving out, but during those 6-month quiet periods, the house feels completely normal, peaceful even, and honestly, as unsettling as some of the incidents are, I don't feel threatened. It's more like living with eccentric roommates who occasionally make their presence known. I tried setting up cameras once during the second cycle. The weird thing is, they never captured anything unusual. The TV would turn on, but the footage wouldn't show anyone near it. Objects would move between frames with no visible cause. The static sounds weren't picked up by the recording equipment. Last night I was almost asleep when I heard the familiar static behind my headboard. Instead of ignoring it like usual, I said, "Good night, Dad." The static stopped immediately and didn't return. This morning, I found my coffee already made in the pot when I came downstairs, set to brew at 7 a.m., the time I always get up. I know for a fact I didn't set it the night before. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if there's really something supernatural happening here. All I know is that I'm caught in these 3-month cycles of increasingly strange events, followed by 6 months of absolute normalcy. I'm documenting everything now, trying to find patterns or explanations. The house has been in our family for generations. Maybe there's something about this place, something that keeps people connected to it, even after they're gone. Or maybe grief is making me see things that aren't there. All I know is that whatever's happening defies any logical explanation I can come up with. The hardest part is not having anyone to talk to about this. Who would believe me? I barely believe myself, so I just live with it, waiting for this cycle to peak and then subside, only to begin again 6 months later. In a strange way, I've almost gotten used to it. Sometimes I even find myself looking forward to the quiet footsteps upstairs or the static behind my headboard. It means, in some inexplicable way, that I'm not alone in this house after all. Last night was different, though. I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m. to find every single light in the house on, even in closets and storage spaces I rarely use. The TV was on too, but muted, displaying only static. As I walked through the house, turning everything off, I felt like I was being watched from every corner. When I got to the dining room, the chairs had all been moved away from the table except for 2, my dad's usual seat and the one directly across from it, where I used to sit when we'd have our evening talks. On the table were 2 glasses of whiskey, my dad's favorite brand that I don't even keep in the house. I stood there, frozen, staring at those glasses, unable to process what I was seeing. Then the patio door started sliding open by itself, slowly and steadily, with no one visible on the other side. That's when I ran back upstairs and locked myself in my bedroom until morning. The glasses were gone when I checked at daybreak. The patio door was closed and locked. But I know what I saw. Whatever is happening in this house is getting stronger, and I don't think I can keep pretending it's all in my head anymore. Story 16. I never believed in ghosts, not as a kid. Not now in my 30s working at a research university where I've built my entire career on evidence-based reasoning. But what happened that night at Tyler's house when we were in 8th grade, I still can't explain it. I've tried for over 20 years to rationalize it, but I can't. And it still freaks me out when I let myself think about it too much. Tyler had been going on about his house being haunted since his family moved into that old farmhouse in Millbrook when we were in 6th grade. At first I thought he was just trying to seem cool or interesting. You know how middle school is. Everyone's desperate to stand out somehow. And Tyler wasn't exactly Mr. Popular, so having a haunted house gave him something to talk about. The cabinet doors open by themselves, he'd say at lunch. My PlayStation controller moves across my desk at night. Sometimes you can see something moving just at the edge of your vision, but when you turn to look, nothing's there. Classic ghost story stuff. I rolled my eyes every time. I was that annoying kid who prided himself on being logical and scientific, which basically meant being a smug little jerk about everything supernatural. I was convinced Tyler was either making it all up or his older brother was messing with him. The first time I went to his house, though, something felt off, not in a way I could put my finger on. The farmhouse was about 100 years old, set back from the road down this long gravel driveway, lined with these massive oak trees. It was beautiful, actually. All weathered wood and creaky floors with these high ceilings that made even whispers echo slightly. But there was this heaviness to the air inside that made the hair on my arms stand up. Still, I didn't see any ghosts, and I made sure to tell Tyler exactly that on the bus ride home. Your house is just old, dude. Old houses make weird noises. It's just the wood expanding and contracting. He shrugged. Whatever you say, Ethan. Just wait. Over the next few months, I went over to his place maybe a dozen times. We'd play video games in his room or shoot hoops in the driveway. Occasionally, I'd hear a weird creak or thump, but nothing that couldn't be explained by an old house settling or the wind blowing. Tyler would always give me this knowing look whenever we heard something, and I'd just shake my head. One day you'll see, he'd say. They usually don't show themselves to visitors right away. They? I'd ask, trying not to laugh. Whatever's in the house. Mom says there's more than one. That's when I decided to call his bluff. If Tyler was going to keep up this ghost nonsense, I figured his mom would set him straight. Parents usually put a stop to this kind of thing, right? One afternoon after school, we were in the kitchen getting snacks. His mom was at the counter making dinner. This really nice lady who always made sure I had enough to eat when I came over. I waited until Tyler went to the bathroom, then casually brought it up. Mrs. Adams, Tyler keeps talking about your house being haunted. He's just messing around, right? I expected her to laugh or roll her eyes or tell me Tyler had an overactive imagination. Instead, she kept chopping vegetables and said, "Oh, the spirits here don't bother us much. They're mostly harmless. You get used to it after a while." My stomach dropped. She didn't even look up from her cutting board, like we were discussing the weather or what was for dinner. I just stood there, mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say. "The previous owners told us before we bought the place," she continued. "They wanted to make sure we'd be comfortable with it. Some people aren't, you know, but we didn't mind. It's a beautiful old house with so much character, and the price was right." Tyler came back downstairs and saw my face. He grinned. "Told you I wasn't making it up." I tried to play it cool, but I was rattled. His mom wasn't kidding around. She genuinely believed there was something supernatural in their house, and she was completely fine with it. Either the whole family was nuts, or I didn't want to think about the or. I stopped going to Tyler's for a few weeks after that. Made excuses about homework or having to help my dad with yard work, but eventually he convinced me to come over for a Friday night gaming session. His parents were going out for dinner and a movie, and his older brother was at a friend's, so we'd have the house to ourselves. No distractions, just hours of Halo and junk food. It was actually a good time. For several hours I forgot about the whole ghost thing. We played games, ate an ungodly amount of Doritos and pizza rolls, and just did normal 13-year-old boy stuff. The sun went down, and his parents still weren't back yet. We were deep into our 10th or 11th match when Tyler suddenly paused the game. "Hey, look," he said, nodding toward the kitchen. I followed his gaze, annoyed at the interruption. "What?" "Just watch." The kitchen was visible from where we sat in the living room, dimly lit by a single light over the stove. Against the far wall was a door that led down to the basement, a place I'd never been and, frankly, never wanted to go. As I watched, the metal latch on the door, an old-fashioned kind with a thumb press mechanism, slowly lifted upward. My first thought was that Tyler had rigged something up to mess with me. Fishing line, maybe. But I could see the entire kitchen clearly, and there was nothing and nobody there. The latch fully released with a soft click. Then the door began to swing open. Not quickly, but steadily, like someone was pushing it deliberately. The old hinges creaked as it moved. This is where it gets weird, well, weirder. The house was old and had settled unevenly over the decades. Tyler had mentioned once that almost none of the doors would stay open on their own because the floors slanted slightly, causing them to swing shut if left unattended. This basement door was no exception. It should have stopped opening and started closing again once it reached a certain point, but it didn't. It kept swinging open, past the midway point where gravity should have pulled it back. It moved steadily, purposefully, until it was almost fully open. Then it slammed against the wall with a loud bang that made me jump a foot in the air. I nearly pissed myself. I'm not even exaggerating. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound of that door hitting the wall echoed through the house like a gunshot. Tyler just sighed and unpaused the game. "They're just saying hi," he said. "What the fuck was that?" I whispered, unable to tear my eyes away from the now open basement door. The stairway beyond was pitch black. "Told you," he said, already back to playing. "They do stuff like that all the time. They're harmless, mostly just want attention." I couldn't focus on the game anymore. My hands were shaking so badly I kept getting killed within seconds of respawning. After about 20 minutes of this, I made up an excuse about not feeling well and called my mom to come pick me up. I couldn't spend one more minute in that house. Tyler walked me to the door, looking genuinely confused. "You're really freaked out, huh?" "That door opened by itself," I said, my voice higher than normal. "It slammed against the wall." He shrugged. "Yeah, that happens sometimes. The basement door especially. Mom thinks whoever it is used to work down there or something." I stood on his porch, staring at him in disbelief. "How are you so calm about this?" "You get used to it," he said, echoing his mom. "It's just how our house is." I couldn't sleep that night. I kept seeing that door opening, hearing the slam of it hitting the wall. I tried to come up with logical explanations. Maybe there was a draft. Maybe the house had settled in a way that created an optical illusion about which way the floor slanted. Maybe Tyler had set up some elaborate prank. But I knew what I saw. That door opened itself against gravity with deliberate purpose. I didn't go back to Tyler's house after that. We stayed friends through middle school, but I always made excuses to hang out elsewhere. He never pushed it, like he understood. Sometimes he'd still mention casual ghost encounters at his house, a book falling off a shelf, footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. But I'd changed the subject. I couldn't handle it. We drifted apart in high school when his family moved to another state. Last I heard, he became an architectural engineer. I wonder if he ever tells his colleagues about his haunted childhood home. Now I'm 34, with a PhD and a position at a research university. My entire career is built around methodical thinking, evidence, and rational explanations. I've debunked my fair share of paranormal phenomena over the years, explaining away strange occurrences with science and logic. I'm known for my skepticism, my insistence on peer-reviewed evidence before accepting claims. But I've never been able to explain what happened in that farmhouse kitchen. I've tried. God, I've tried. I've researched air pressure systems in old houses, the physics of door movements, psychological explanations for shared delusions. None of it fits what I saw. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in my own house, I'll hear a creak or a thump, and my mind immediately goes back to that basement door swinging open. For just a moment, I'm 13 again, frozen in fear, watching something that shouldn't be possible. I don't believe in ghosts. I can't believe in ghosts. Everything I understand about the world, everything my career is built on, rejects the possibility. But that door opened by itself. And 21 years later, I still have no explanation. Story 17. I still struggle to talk about what happened that morning 2 years ago. Most days I can push it to the back of my mind, but sometimes, when I'm biking early in the morning and the fog rolls in, everything comes rushing back. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always been pretty practical. But what I saw that summer morning changed something in me, and I haven't been able to make sense of it since. I was 19 at the time, working at Greenway Gardens, this local greenhouse on the outskirts of Millfield. It's not a huge place. Our town only has about 20,000 people. But the greenhouse is pretty well known in the area for their tomatoes and seasonal flowers. I'd managed to land a summer job there between my first and second year of college, and honestly, I was just grateful for the work. The thing about greenhouse jobs in summer is that they get unbearably hot once the sun's up. We're talking 100+ degrees by noon. So our shift started crazy early. I had to be there at 5:30 a.m. to help unload deliveries, water everything, and get set up before the heat became too much. The owner, Mr. Peterson, was a decent guy but absolutely strict about punctuality. I lived with my parents that summer to save money about 4 miles from the greenhouse. Since I didn't have a car yet and my parents needed theirs for work, I biked there every morning. At first, it was rough getting up at 4:45 a.m., but after a couple weeks, my body adjusted to the schedule. I actually started to enjoy those quiet morning rides. Just me, the empty streets, and the gradual transition from night to morning. The route took me through a mix of residential areas and then along this stretch of road with open fields on either side before reaching the greenhouse. This particular morning was mid-July. I remember because we'd been preparing for a big weekend sale of summer annuals, and I'd been working overtime. I was tired but wide awake as I pedaled through town. It was around 6:30 a.m. and the sun was just beginning to make everything glow a bit. The air had that specific summer morning feel. Still cool, but with the promise of heat later. There was a slight fog hanging low over the fields, nothing unusual for our area. I'd been working at the greenhouse for about a month and a half at this point, so the route was completely familiar. I was on Oak Ridge Road, which runs parallel to some old farmland before it reaches the more developed area where the greenhouse is. It's a straight, open road, completely flat with clear visibility for at least half a mile in either direction. There were no cars around, which wasn't unusual for that time of morning. I first noticed her when she was maybe 200 yards ahead, coming toward me from the direction of the greenhouse. Even from that distance, something seemed off about the way she moved. I remember thinking it was weird to see another cyclist so early, especially on that particular stretch of road where I rarely encountered anyone. As the distance between us closed, I could make out more details. And that's when the first real sense of unease hit me. She was riding what looked like an antique wooden cargo bike, the kind with a large wooden basket or platform between two front wheels. It reminded me of old photos I'd seen in history books, like something from the 1940s. It had this weathered, dark wood appearance and seemed heavy and unwieldy, yet she pedaled it steadily. Her clothing was just as out of place as the bike. She wore a long, dark skirt that somehow didn't get caught in the bike chain, and some kind of old jacket that looked too heavy for summer. But the detail that really caught my attention was the red and white headcloth or scarf tied under her chin, covering her hair completely. Like something my great-grandmother might have worn in old family photos. I assumed she must be Amish, or from some religious community I wasn't familiar with, though we don't have many in our area. Or maybe she was just eccentric. Either way, I didn't want to stare or be rude, so I kept pedaling, expecting to pass her with a polite nod. When we were about 50 feet apart, I got my first clear look at her face, and that's when everything changed. Her skin was unnaturally pale, not just fair, but a bloodless white that made her look ill. But what made my stomach drop was that where her features should have been, there was just smoothness. I couldn't distinguish any eyes. No visible nose protruded from her face. No mouth disrupted the pale surface. My mind tried to rationalize it instantly. Maybe it was just the morning light playing tricks, or she was wearing some kind of mask, or maybe she had a medical condition. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations fit what I was seeing. We passed each other on that empty road, and I felt a cold rush of air that didn't belong in July. She didn't acknowledge me, didn't turn her head, nod, or give any indication she even saw me. She just continued pedaling steadily toward town, the old wooden wheels of her strange bike making no sound on the asphalt. As soon as we passed, I felt this overwhelming urge to look back. It was like my body knew something my mind couldn't process yet. I braked slightly and turned my head over my shoulder. The road behind me was completely empty. I stopped my bike entirely, my heart suddenly hammering. The road stretched out straight and clear in both directions. There were no turn-offs, no side roads, no buildings or trees or ditches where someone could disappear. Just open fields on both sides with low fog clinging to the crops. The woman and her strange wooden bike had completely vanished in the 5 seconds it took me to brake and look back. I sat there straddling my bike for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. My hands started shaking on the handlebars. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe she'd fallen into a ditch I couldn't see, or turned into a farm entrance I hadn't noticed. But I knew the road well. There was nowhere for her to go. I almost turned around to look for her, thinking maybe she'd had an accident. But something deep in my gut told me not to. Instead, I pedaled the rest of the way to the greenhouse faster than I ever had before, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I arrived, my co-worker Jenna could tell something was wrong. I was sweating more than usual, and probably looked as shaken as I felt. When she asked if I was okay, I hesitated. How do you tell someone you just saw a woman with no face who disappeared into thin air? I just saw something weird on my ride in, I managed to say. What, like a deer or something? She asked, filling seed trays. No, it was, I don't know, a woman on a really old bike. I couldn't bring myself to mention the featureless face or the impossible disappearance. Jenna didn't seem too interested, just nodded and continued working. I was grateful she didn't press for details. The whole day, I kept replaying those few seconds in my mind, questioning what I'd seen. Had she really had no face? Or was it just shadows and my tired brain? But I knew what I had seen. I had been fully awake, alert, and the morning light had been good enough to see clearly. During lunch break, I casually asked Mr. Peterson if he knew of any Amish communities nearby or any historical reenactments happening in town. He looked at me strangely and said no, nothing like that around here. When I described the old wooden cargo bike, he said they hadn't been common in our area even when he was a kid in the 60s. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing her featureless face whenever I closed my eyes. The next morning, I almost called in sick to avoid biking the same route, but I needed the job too badly to risk it. I left extra early and took a longer route through more populated streets, adding nearly 2 miles to my commute. For the rest of that summer, I never took Oak Ridge Road again in the early morning. Sometimes, when driving through there later in the day with friends, I'd feel a chill despite the summer heat, half expecting to see her pedaling along with her strange cargo bike. I tried researching local history, looking for stories of accidents involving women on bicycles or old tales about that stretch of road. I found nothing concrete. The closest I came was learning that in the 1930s and 40s, that area had been working farmland, and many immigrant families had lived and worked there, including some who had brought traditions and clothing styles from Eastern Europe. Once, about 2 weeks after the incident, I worked up the courage to mention more details to Sam, another guy at the greenhouse who'd grown up in the area. I described everything: the old bike, the head covering, the pale, featureless face. I expected him to laugh, but instead, he got really quiet. My grandmother mentioned something similar once, he finally said. She grew up here in the 40s, said there was a woman who used to deliver vegetables from her family's farm using a cargo bike like that. Supposedly, she had some kind of skin condition that made people uncomfortable looking at her, so she usually made deliveries at dawn when fewer people would see her. What happened to her? I asked, my mouth dry. Sam shrugged. Don't know, Grandma didn't say, probably just moved away or something. But something in his tone suggested he was holding back, and he changed the subject quickly after that. We never talked about it again. I finished the summer job and went back to college in September. Coming home for breaks, I would sometimes drive past that stretch of road and feel uneasy. But I never saw the woman again. At least, not that year. But last summer I was back home and took an early morning run. Without thinking about it, my route took me down Oak Ridge Road just as the sun was coming up. The memory of what had happened had faded enough that I wasn't actively worried about it. Then I heard it, the subtle creak of wood that should have been too faint to notice. I looked up and saw her in the distance, pedaling toward me just like before. Same wooden cargo bike, same old-fashioned clothes, same red and white head covering, same featureless pale face. I turned around immediately and ran home without looking back, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I don't know what I saw that morning 2 years ago, or again last summer. I don't know if she was a ghost, some kind of hallucination, or something else entirely that I don't have a name for. What I do know is that I don't bike or run in the early morning hours anymore, especially not on Oak Ridge Road. And whenever the fog rolls in, I can't help but wonder if she's still out there, pedaling her ancient wooden bike through the dawn, faceless and silent, appearing to unlucky early risers before vanishing into nothing. Sometimes I wonder if I'll see her again, or if someone else in town has seen her too, but like me, is too afraid of sounding crazy to talk about it. All I know is that I can't explain what happened, and I probably never will. Story 18. I've never been a big believer in the paranormal. Ghost stories were just that, stories. But what happened at my grandparents' house in Willow Creek changed everything for me. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, especially that day when I was alone in the house. I was 15 when my parents decided I should stay with my grandparents for the summer. Their house was this big old 2-story place built in the 70s, with a partially finished basement where they put me up in a small bedroom. It wasn't much, just enough room for a twin bed, a small desk and a dresser. The door had this little window at the top, like the kind you'd see in an old school classroom, and it faced the hallway that led to the stairs. From day one, something felt off about that basement, not in a threatening way at first, but like someone was watching. I brushed it off as just being in an unfamiliar place. But then weird stuff started happening. The first incident happened about a week into my stay. I was playing video games in my room when I caught something in my peripheral vision, a shadow moving past my door. I figured it was my grandpa coming down to do laundry or something, so I didn't think much of it. "Grandpa?" I called out. No answer. I paused my game and poked my head out the door. Nobody there. The basement was empty except for me. I went upstairs to find both my grandparents sitting in the living room watching TV. They'd been there for hours, they said. I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me after staring at the screen too long. But then it happened again, and again. Always the same, a human-shaped shadow passing by my door, always going toward the stairs, never coming back up, never making a sound. Not footsteps, not breathing, nothing. What made it extra creepy was that I could actually see the shadow being cast on the wall opposite my door. There's a small window in the basement that lets in light, and whatever was passing by would briefly block that light, creating this distinct silhouette on the wall. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a car driving by, casting shadows through the window. But the timing never matched up with any cars, and cars don't create human-shaped shadows. After a few weeks of this, I started keeping my door closed whenever I was alone in the basement. It helped a little, but sometimes I'd still see the doorknob turn, or the door would crack open on its own. I'd always close it again, and somehow it felt like whatever was out there was just messing with me, like a little kid playing hide and seek. My parents never believed me when I told them. My grandparents would just exchange these looks like, "Oh, he's got an active imagination." But my sisters had experienced it too. My older sister, Emma, refused to sleep in the basement after staying one night. She never told me exactly what happened, just that she felt someone sit on the bed when nobody was there. Then came the night that convinced me this wasn't just in my head. My younger sister, Lily, was staying over too, and Emma was visiting. We decided to have a sleepover in my basement room, partly because Emma wanted to scare Lily with ghost stories. The irony wasn't lost on me. We were all huddled on my bed around midnight, talking and laughing. Emma was in the middle of some made-up story about the basement ghost, when suddenly she stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes were fixed on the door, which we'd left open to keep an eye on the hallway. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I had. A shadow had just crossed in front of my door, moving toward the stairs. "It's probably just Grandma checking on us," Lily said, but her voice was shaky. I shook my head. "They went to bed hours ago, and that wasn't Grandma's shape." Emma, trying to be the rational older sister, got up. "It's probably just the light from the window playing tricks. Cars driving by or something." She went to the door and looked out into the hallway. Nothing. Then she stood in front of the window, trying to recreate the shadow effect we'd seen. "See? It could just be someone walking by outside," she said, moving back and forth. But her shadow was distorted, and nothing like the clear human silhouette we'd seen. We were still discussing possibilities when it happened again. The same dark figure passed by, casting that unmistakable shadow across the wall. This time all three of us saw it. Emma slammed the door shut so fast she nearly caught her fingers. We all sat in stunned silence for a moment, then spent the rest of the night huddled together, too freaked out to sleep properly. The next morning, Emma tried to play it off like it was nothing, but she never made fun of my ghost stories again. But none of that compares to what happened the weekend I was left alone in the house. My grandparents had gone to visit relatives a few towns over, and since I had a summer job at the local grocery store, I stayed behind. They'd be gone for just 2 days. I was 15, responsible enough to handle myself for a weekend, or so everyone thought. The first night alone was uneventful. I stayed upstairs in the living room watching TV until late, specifically to avoid going down to the basement. When I finally did go to bed, I locked my door and fell asleep with my headphones on. The next day, Saturday, I worked the morning shift and got home around 2 p.m. The house was quiet, hot from being closed up all day. I turned on the AC and went about my business, trying to ignore the fact that I was alone in a house with whatever that thing in the basement was. Around 7 p.m., I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard it. A loud crash from upstairs that made me jump so bad I dropped the knife I was using. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. My first thought was that someone had broken in. My second thought was that it was the thing, and I wasn't sure which was worse. I stood frozen in the kitchen for what felt like forever, listening for any other sounds. Nothing. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and slowly made my way toward the staircase leading upstairs. Every step I took seemed to make the floorboards creak unnaturally loud. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I paused again, listening. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. If there was an intruder, I'd just given away my position. If it was something else, I didn't want to think about that. No response, just the sound of the AC and my own heart pounding in my ears. Swallowing hard, I started up the stairs, taking each step as quietly as possible. When I reached the top, I peered down the hallway. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, right in the middle of the hallway floor, was a framed family photo. Not just any photo, it was the one that normally hung in the guest bedroom at the far end of the hall. The glass was intact, the frame undamaged. It was just there, in the middle of the hallway. I approached it cautiously, glancing around for any sign of someone or something that might have put it there. The guest bedroom door was closed, just as it had been all weekend. Picking up the frame, I noticed it wasn't dusty or dirty from falling. It looked like someone had carefully placed it there. I walked to the guest room and opened the door slowly, half expecting to find someone inside. The room was empty, undisturbed. But on the wall where the picture should have been, I saw the hook it normally hung from. It hadn't fallen. It had been lifted off the hook. And not just that, it had somehow made its way around a corner and into the hallway. That's when it hit me. This was physically impossible. For the picture to end up where I found it, someone would have had to take it off the wall, carry it out of the room, and place it in the hallway. Or something would have had to. My hands were shaking as I hung the picture back up. I closed the guest room door and practically ran downstairs. I didn't go back to my basement room that night. I slept on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. But the strangest part, when my grandparents came home the next day, I told them what happened. I expected them to dismiss it like they always did, but instead, my grandma got this weird look on her face. She and my grandpa exchanged glances, and then she said, "That picture does seem to move around sometimes." That was it. No explanation, no discussion. Just an acknowledgement that yes, something weird happened with that picture, and yes, they knew about it. I tried to get more information out of them, but they changed the subject. It was clear they didn't want to talk about it. I wonder sometimes if they knew more than they let on, if maybe they'd seen the shadow person too. What bothers me most is that whatever was in that house seemed to be trying to communicate somehow. The shadows always moved in one direction, down the stairs, never up. The door opening and closing felt playful, not threatening. And the picture, it was like it wanted to be found, to be noticed. I stayed with my grandparents for 2 more summers after that, and the weird stuff never stopped. The shadow figure became almost routine. I'd see it pass by, and I'd just think, there it goes again. My door would open in the middle of the night, and I'd just get up and close it without much thought. But I never got used to it. Not really. There's something deeply unsettling about sharing a space with something you can't see or understand. Something that seems to watch you, that seems aware of your presence. My grandparents sold that house 3 years ago after my grandpa's health started declining. I wonder sometimes if the new owners have seen the shadow passing by, if they've had pictures mysteriously relocate, if their doors open and close without explanation. Part of me wants to warn them. But what would I say? Hey, there's a shadow person in your basement that likes to move pictures around? They'd think I was crazy. Sometimes I think I'm crazy too. But then I remember that night with my sisters, how we all saw the same thing, how Emma's face went pale when she couldn't recreate the shadow. I remember the picture frame in the hallway, lifted off its hook and moved around a corner, an action that defies physical explanation. I don't know what was in my grandparents' house. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. What I do know is that something was there, something that existed alongside us, something that seemed to want to be acknowledged without ever fully revealing itself. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I catch movement in the corner of my eye, and for a split second, I think it's followed me home. Maybe it has. Maybe it's been with me all along, watching, waiting for me to notice it again. And that thought keeps me up at night more than any other. Story 19. I still can't bring myself to sleep at my mum's house, even though it's been almost 6 years since that night. I get this awful tightness in my chest whenever I think about staying there. I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm 24 now, and most people would say I should be over this by now. But some experiences change you forever. I'd just turned 18 and was feeling on top of the world after finally moving out of my family home in Oakwood. Don't get me wrong, I loved my family, but I craved independence like nothing else. My new place was a tiny apartment I shared with 2 other guys, about 15 minutes away from my childhood home. It wasn't much, but it was mine, you know. Anyway, about 3 weeks after moving out, my buddy Ryan threw this massive house party. Ryan lived next door to my mum's place, which was convenient since she was away visiting my aunt in Colorado for the week. The party was insane. Probably about 50 people crammed into his parents' house while they were away on some cruise. The music was blasting, everyone was drinking, and I was having the time of my life. I'd brought a bottle of Jack Daniels and was taking shots with some guys from high school I hadn't seen in ages. By midnight I was absolutely hammered, like struggling to form sentences, hammered. I'd planned to crash on Ryan's couch, but as the night went on and more people showed up, it became pretty clear that every surface in that house was going to be occupied. Around 2 a.m., the party was still going strong, but I was fading fast. The room was spinning, and I desperately needed to lie down somewhere quiet. That's when I remembered I still had my key to Mum's place next door. It seemed like the perfect solution, an empty house where I could pass out in peace. No one would even know I was there, and I could be gone before Mom got back in 3 days. I stumbled out of Ryan's house, nearly falling down his front steps, and made my way across the lawn to my mum's place. The cool night air hit me hard, and I remember thinking how weird it felt to be using my key on the front door when I didn't live there anymore. Everything looked exactly the same. The familiar entryway, the family photos on the wall, even that stupid ceramic frog my sister had made in art class sitting on the side table. I didn't bother turning on any lights. I'd lived in that house for 18 years and could navigate it blindfolded. I went straight to the kitchen, chugged a glass of water, then headed upstairs to my old bedroom. Mom hadn't changed anything yet. My bed was still there with the same blue comforter, my old baseball trophies on the shelf, and that dumb Star Wars poster my dad got me when I was 12. The familiarity was comforting. I kicked off my shoes, stripped down to my boxers, and fell face first onto my bed. The room was still spinning a bit, but being horizontal helped. I remember checking my phone, it was 2:37 a.m., before plugging it in with my old charger that was still in the wall. That's when I heard it for the first time. It was so subtle at first that I thought it was just the sound of my own breathing, but after a minute or two I realized the rhythm was off. It wasn't matching my own breaths. It was coming from somewhere else in the room, specifically from the foot of my bed. It was slow, deep breathing, in, out, in, out. The sound someone makes when they're deeply relaxed, or maybe even sleeping. My first thought was that one of my friends had followed me from the party and was messing with me. I lifted my head and squinted into the darkness, but couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice slurring. No response, just that steady breathing continuing. I sat up, heart suddenly pounding. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to sound tough despite the fear creeping up my spine. Again, nothing but that rhythmic breathing. The rational part of my brain, what little wasn't drowning in Jack Daniels, told me I was just drunk and imagining things. Maybe it was the heating system making weird noises, or my own breathing echoing somehow. I'd had plenty of nights where alcohol made me hear or see strange things that weren't really there. "You're just wasted, Liam," I muttered to myself, falling back onto my pillow. "Go to sleep." I pulled the covers over my head, like I used to do as a kid when I was scared, and tried to ignore the sound, but it persisted, that slow, steady breathing at the foot of my bed. It wasn't threatening exactly. It didn't sound angry or aggressive. It was almost peaceful, like someone completely at ease, just existing in the same space as me. I don't know how long I laid there listening to it. 10 minutes, 30. Time gets weird when you're drunk and scared. Eventually exhaustion and alcohol won out, and I fell into a deep sleep despite my unwanted bedroom companion. The next morning I woke up with a splitting headache and cottonmouth so bad it felt like I'd been chewing on sand. For a few blissful seconds, I didn't remember anything about the previous night. Then it all came flooding back. The party, stumbling next door, and that breathing at the foot of my bed. In the harsh light of day, I felt ridiculous. Of course, there hadn't been anyone breathing in my room. I'd been completely wasted. Mystery solved. I checked my phone. 11:45 a.m. Ryan had texted me a few times asking where I'd disappeared to. I quickly showered in my old bathroom, threw my clothes back on, and headed back to Ryan's house, where a few people were still hanging out, looking as rough as I felt. "Dude, where'd you go last night?" Ryan asked when I walked in. "Crashed at my mom's," I replied, accepting the Gatorade he offered me. "Was too drunk to make it home." We spent the rest of the day watching movies and recovering, and I didn't think much more about the breathing incident. Just chalked it up to being another dumb drunk experience to laugh about later. That afternoon, my sister Megan called to ask if I wanted to come over for dinner. She lived about 20 minutes away with her husband and had been trying to get me to visit since I moved out. I agreed, mostly because I knew she'd cook something amazing, and my fridge at the new apartment contained nothing but beer and a questionable jar of salsa. Dinner was great. Lasagna, garlic bread, the works. Mom was there too, having just gotten back from her trip that morning. We were sitting around the table after eating when the conversation turned to how I was adjusting to living on my own. "It's awesome," I said. "Though I did end up staying at the house last night after Ryan's party." "Hope that's cool, Mom." "Of course it is, honey. That's still your home too," she said, smiling. "Yeah, it was weird being back in my old room, though," I continued, not really thinking about what I was about to say. "I got super drunk and could have sworn someone was breathing at the foot of my bed. Freaked me out for a minute before I passed out." The reaction was not what I expected. Mom's fork clattered onto her plate and she went pale. Megan and her husband exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. "What?" I asked, suddenly feeling uneasy. "What's wrong?" Mom took a shaky breath. "You heard breathing? At the foot of your bed?" "Yeah," I said slowly, "but I was wasted. Obviously just imagining things." She shook her head. "No, Liam, I don't think you were." The room felt suddenly cold. "What do you mean?" "I've heard it too," she said quietly. "Many times over the years, I thought I was the only one." I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. "What are you talking about, Mom?" She looked at Megan, who nodded encouragingly. "About 5 years ago, after your dad left, I started hearing breathing in the house at night. At first, I thought it was you or Megan getting up to use the bathroom, but then I realized it was coming from the foot of my bed. It happened maybe once or twice a month. I'd wake up and hear someone breathing there, but nobody would be visible." I stared at her, my appetite completely gone. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" "I didn't want to scare you kids. And honestly, it never felt threatening. It was just there." She hesitated. "After about a year, I couldn't take not knowing anymore. I went to see that medium on Elm Street, Madame Rose." I rolled my eyes reflexively. My mom had always been into spiritual stuff, but this was taking it to another level. "Mom, those people are scammers." "Just listen," she said firmly. I didn't tell her anything about what I'd been experiencing. I just asked for a general reading about the house. She immediately said there was an elderly man who stayed there sometimes. Said he wasn't attached to the house itself, but to the bed in the master bedroom, my bed, which used to belong to your grandparents. I felt a chill run down my spine, despite my skepticism. "She said he wasn't harmful," Mom continued. "He just likes to rest there sometimes. She described him as a peaceful visitor who finds comfort at the foot of the bed." "That's insane," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "You can't seriously believe that." "I didn't tell you the breathing was in my room, Liam," Mom said quietly. "You were in your own room last night, and you heard it too." The realization hit me like a truck. She was right. If this was some kind of shared delusion, why would I have experienced it in a completely different room? "Maybe it's just the house settling," I suggested weakly. "Old pipes or something." Megan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "I heard it too once, when I was home from college and sleeping in my old room. I thought it was you or Mom walking around, but when I got up to check, you were both asleep." I looked between them, suddenly feeling like I was in some kind of twisted family meeting where everyone had known a secret except me. "Why are you only telling me this now?" "Because you never experienced it before," Mom said. "I didn't want to put ideas in your head, but now that you've heard it on your own—" "This is crazy," I insisted, pushing back from the table. "There's no ghost breathing at the foot of the bed. It's just... I don't know, but there's a logical explanation." "Maybe," Mom conceded. But Madame Rose said something else that always stayed with me. She said he was there long before we moved in, and he'd be there long after we left. She said he doesn't even realize we can sometimes hear him. He's just going about his own existence, and occasionally our worlds overlap. I left Megan's house shortly after that conversation, my mind racing. I told myself my family was being ridiculous, that there had to be a rational explanation, but deep down, something felt terribly wrong. The fact that we'd all heard the same thing independently in different rooms of the house, it was too specific to be coincidence. That night, back in my new apartment, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that breathing. Slow, deep, peaceful. Had it really been there my entire childhood? Had I been sharing my bedroom with some invisible elderly man all those years without knowing it? The thought made my skin crawl. I ended up Googling Madame Rose Oakwood and found her little shop. Part of me wanted to go see her myself to prove my mom wrong. But a bigger part was terrified she'd confirm everything. It's been 6 years now. I've never slept at my mum's house again. When I visit, I always make sure to leave before dark. Mum still lives there and says she's made peace with her peaceful visitor. She even talks to him sometimes, which I find incredibly disturbing. The most unsettling part is that I'm starting to question everything I thought I knew about reality. If this one impossible thing is real, what else might be? Are there other invisible presences around us that we can't perceive? The thought keeps me up at night sometimes. Last Christmas, Mum gave me my grandparents' old nightstand that used to be in her room. It's sitting in my bedroom right now. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear faint breathing coming from beside it. I tell myself it's just my imagination, triggered by what I know now. But deep down, I wonder if he followed me home, if he's found a new place to rest at the foot of my bed. Wiskudista. Miser, Story 20. I've never shared this story before, not even with my current friends or boyfriend. It's something that happened when I was 13, and I've kind of tried to block it out all these years. But after reading some of your experiences, I feel like maybe I can finally get this off my chest. I grew up in a small neighborhood in eastern Alabama. It was one of those places where everyone knew everyone, where you'd see the same faces at the grocery store and the gas station. Our house was nice enough, nothing special, just a one-story ranch-style home with a decent yard. My parents worked a lot, so my older sisters were usually in charge of watching me after school. Our next-door neighbor was this older guy named Earl Winters. Looking back now, he was probably in his late 50s, but when you're a kid, anyone over 30 just looks old. Earl lived alone in a small house that mirrored ours, and he had this weird habit that made me uncomfortable, even as a young girl. Earl would stand in his backyard and hit golf balls into our yard. Not accidentally, deliberately. Then he'd wait until I came outside to play and ask me to throw them back. At first, my parents thought it was just neighborly, but something about the way he'd watch me while I collected them gave me the creeps. He never did anything explicitly wrong, never touched me or said anything inappropriate, but there was just something off about him. As I got older, maybe around 11 or 12, I started avoiding going outside when I knew Earl was home. I'd peek through the blinds first to check if he was in his yard with that stupid golf club. My sisters used to tease me about being afraid of creepy Earl, but they felt it too. We all did. Then came that summer when I turned 13. It was brutally hot, even for Alabama, The kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the pavement and turns car steering wheels into branding irons. School had just let out for summer break, and I was enjoying the freedom of staying up late and sleeping in. One night, probably around 11 p.m., I heard a voice outside my bedroom window. My room was at the side of the house that faced Earl's property. At first, I thought it was just someone walking by, but the voice stayed in one place, slurring words I couldn't quite make out. Curiosity got the better of me, so I peeked through my blinds. It was Earl, standing in his yard in nothing but boxer shorts and a stained white undershirt. He was swaying slightly, obviously drunk, and talking to no one. Or at least, that's what I thought until I heard him say my grandmother's name, Nana Rose. She had passed away 3 years earlier. "Rose, I know you're listening," he was saying, his words running together. "Tell your daughter to stop being so uptight. Tell her to let the girl come over sometime." A chill ran down my spine despite the summer heat. How did Earl know my grandmother's name, and why was he talking to her ghost in his yard at night? I let the blinds fall back into place and ran to my parents' room, but they were both working night shifts that week. My oldest sister just told me to ignore him and lock my window. The next morning, Earl's car was gone. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe he had sobered up and gone somewhere. But days passed, and the car didn't return. His mail started piling up. The grass in his yard, usually kept meticulously trimmed, began to grow wild. After about a week, I mentioned it to my mom. "Maybe he went on vacation," she said, not looking up from her crossword puzzle. "Not everyone tells the neighbors their travel plans, Talia." But something felt wrong. Earl never went anywhere. In all the years we'd lived next door, I'd never known him to take a vacation or even visit family. He was always just there, watching, waiting with those golf balls. 2 weeks after the night I'd seen him talking to my dead grandmother, I made a decision that would change me forever. I decided to check on Earl. It was a Tuesday. My parents were both at work, and my sisters had gone to the community pool with some friends. I was alone, bored, and that nagging feeling about Earl wouldn't leave me alone. What if he was sick inside? What if he needed help? I walked across our yard and through the overgrown grass of Earl's lawn. His front door was actually unlocked, which surprised me. I knocked anyway, calling his name. No answer. I knocked louder. Still nothing. I don't know what made me open that door. Curiosity, concern, maybe something darker I don't want to admit, like wanting to see inside the home of the man who had made me uncomfortable for so many years. The smell hit me immediately. If you've ever forgotten to take out the trash in summer, imagine that smell multiplied by 1,000. It was thick, almost visible in the air, a combination of rotting food, unwashed clothes, and something else I couldn't identify at the time, but now recognize as the beginnings of decomposition. I should have turned around right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was 13, and 13-year-olds don't always listen to their instincts. "Earl?" I called out, taking a few steps inside. "Are you okay? It's Talia, from next door." The living room was a disaster. Empty beer cans and fast food containers littered every surface. Clothes were strewn across the floor. It looked like someone had been living like an animal. This wasn't the Earl I knew. Whatever his faults, he had always kept his yard neat, and his house appeared tidy from the outside. I noticed something odd on the coffee table. A half-eaten sandwich that couldn't have been more than a day old. The bread wasn't even stale yet. My heart started pounding. Someone had been here recently. I should have left. I should have gone home and called the police. Instead, I called out again, "Earl, are you sick? Do you need me to call someone?" The house wasn't large, just a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and what I assumed was a bedroom behind a closed door at the end of a short hallway. Something compelled me toward that door. Maybe it was the fact that it was the only closed door in the house, or maybe it was because the smell seemed to be stronger in that direction. I turned the knob slowly, pushing the door open with my fingertips. The bedroom was dark, the blinds drawn. A sliver of light from the hallway fell across a king-sized bed with rumpled sheets. The smell was overpowering now. "Earl?" I whispered. Though I was becoming less and less sure, I wanted him to answer. I fumbled for a light switch and found one. The sudden brightness made me squint. The bedroom was even worse than the living room. Clothes everywhere, empty bottles, more fast food wrappers. But what caught my eye was the bed. Something seemed off about it. The top mattress was slightly askew, like it had been disturbed and not put back properly. I don't know what possessed me to lift that mattress. Maybe it was because I'd read too many Nancy Drew mysteries, or maybe it was just that weird sense kids have sometimes that they need to look in the scariest place possible. Whatever the reason, I grabbed the edge of the top mattress and lifted it just enough to peek underneath. What I saw will never leave me. Earl was there, or what was left of him. His body had partially melted into the bottom mattress, creating a dark stain that spread outward from his form. His face was turned toward me, frozen in what looked like surprise, his mouth open in a silent scream. The hot Alabama summer had accelerated decomposition, and the smell that hit me when I lifted that mattress was unlike anything I could have imagined. I dropped the mattress and stumbled backward. A scream caught in my throat. My legs felt like they might give out. My brain couldn't process what I'd just seen. Earl was dead. Earl had been dead for days, maybe weeks, right next door to where I'd been sleeping. And then I heard it. A shuffling sound from somewhere else in the house. I wasn't alone. My heart nearly stopped. The half-eaten sandwich on the coffee table, the recently used dishes in the sink. Someone had been living here with Earl's body this whole time. The shuffling came again, this time from the direction of the bathroom. It sounded like feet dragging across carpet. I ran. I don't remember making the decision to move, but suddenly I was sprinting through the hallway, through the living room, and out the front door. I didn't stop running until I burst through my own front door, locked it behind me, and collapsed on the floor, gasping for air that didn't smell like death. I called 911 with shaking hands. The dispatcher probably thought I was crazy, the way I was sobbing and talking about dead neighbors and someone in the house. But they sent police officers who arrived just minutes before my sisters got home from the pool. The next few hours were a blur of police questions, my parents rushing home from work, and neighbors gathering on the street to watch as more police cars and eventually a coroner's van showed up at Earl's house. It was from my sisters that I learned the whole truth. They'd been talking to some older kids at the pool who knew things, the way teenagers always seem to know things in small towns. Apparently, a homeless man had been squatting in abandoned houses around Easton. The police had been looking for him because he was suspected of assaulting someone in a neighboring town. This man had somehow found his way to Earl's house that night, the same night I'd seen Earl drunk in his yard. According to what the police pieced together, Earl had probably come inside and discovered the intruder. There had been a struggle. They found a baseball bat with Earl's blood and hair on it hidden in the closet. The man had killed Earl, then decided to stay in the house. He had put Earl's body between the mattresses to hide it and continued living there for 2 weeks. The food I'd seen, the dishes in the sink, they were his. He had been in the bathroom when I entered the house. If I had stayed just a minute longer. The police caught him that same day. He tried to run out the back door when they arrived, but didn't get far. I later learned he had a history of violence and mental illness. He's in prison now, probably for the rest of his life. As for me, I couldn't sleep in my room for months afterward. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Earl's decomposed face looking at me from between those mattresses. I kept imagining what would have happened if I'd been in that house just a little longer, if I'd explored a little more, if that man had caught me looking at what he'd done. My parents wanted me to talk to a therapist, but in our small Alabama town, going to therapy was seen as a weakness. So I just pushed it down, tried to forget. We moved away the following year. My parents said it was for my dad's new job, but I know it was because none of us could stand living next to that house anymore. I'm 27 now, and I still check behind shower curtains when I enter bathrooms. I still can't sleep with my bedroom door open, and I've never again entered someone's house when they didn't answer the door. Earl wasn't a good man. He made me uncomfortable for years with his strange behavior. But nobody deserves to die like that, alone and afraid in their own home, their body left to rot in the summer heat while a stranger lives around them like they're nothing more than an inconvenient piece of furniture. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd told someone about seeing Earl talking to my dead grandmother that night. Would someone have checked on him sooner? Would he still be alive? Or would I have been the one to discover his body either way? I'll never know. But I do know that on that hot Alabama day when I was 13, I learned that the scariest monsters aren't the ones from movies or books. They're the ones that can live right next door, or even inside a house with a dead body, eating sandwiches and waiting for a curious little girl to wander in.